The subcommittee will come to order, and the chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. Welcome to today's subcommittee markup of 13 bills to increase energy production and restore energy leadership. Over the last few months, the subcommittee has held several hearings to examine the issues holding back our ability to meet projected energy demand growth over the next decade. In our first hearing of Congress, the subcommittee heard from national security experts and energy workers to hear the importance of American energy for the world's future. We have also heard directly from the power sector to discuss challenges meeting current demand, as well as the ability to scale up operations to meet projected demand growth. Additionally, the subcommittee had executives from each of the nation's RTOs and ISOs to hear a boots-on-the-ground perspective from grid operators. Finally, the subcommittee held a legislative hearing on the suit of the legislation from the Department of Energy and Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, as well as representatives from impacted industries. At each of the subcommittee's hearings, I asked each of our witnesses if we need more or less energy moving forward. Every single one agreed that we need much more energy to power our nation's economic and technological future. I believe the legislation we're considering today will help address the challenges our energy and power sectors face as they work to provide abundant, reliable, and affordable energy to consumers. The subcommittee will consider several pieces of legislation aimed at addressing threats to our bulk power system and resource adequacy. The gentleman from Ohio's 12th District's Reliable Power Act would amend the Federal Power Act to require FERC to review the federal regulations that impact reliability. Additionally, the subcommittee will consider the gentleman from Ohio's 12th District's Grid Power Act, which would direct FERC to require the transmission providers prioritize and expedite interconnection queue requests for dispatchable generation projects. The subcommittee will also consider the gentleman from Virginia's 9th District's Power Plant Reliability Act, which will allow affected parties to contest the retirement of generation resources. Over the next 10 years, 115 gigawatts of dispatchable generation has been announced to be retired across the United States, while demand is estimated to increase by upwards of 151 gigawatts. To ensure reliability and affordability, it is imperative that our avenues to keep generation online are available. This includes hydropower, which is why the subcommittee will consider the bipartisan legislation led by the gentlelady from Washington's 8th District to increase transparency from FERC regarding the status of relicensing applications for hydropower dams. Following up on President Trump's Reinvigorating America's Beautiful Clean Coal Industry Executive Order, the gentleman from Ohio's 6th District's National Coal Council Reestablishment Act will codify the National Coal Council, which will focus on keeping baseload generation online. The gentleman from New York's 23rd District State Energy Accountability Act and the gentleman from Colorado's 8th District State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act both amend PURPA to require states to consider requirements to evaluate reliability and long-term resource planning. We will also consider legislation aimed at assessing and securing electric and critical mineral supply chains, which will play a vital role in the ability to build out infrastructure. Creating an environment that promotes the building of infrastructure is also imperative as energy demand grows. The subcommittee will consider the Improving Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipelines Act, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2025, the Refiner Act, and the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act, which will improve federal permitting process to unlock development of much-needed oil, gas, and petrochemical infrastructure. I'd hope to work with our Democratic colleagues on more of this legislation, including my electric supply chain bill, which all members should want to support given the challenges today to getting our key components for our grid. Unfortunately, at this point, we've been able to find as much bipartisan as I'd hoped, but we will continue conversations with my colleagues on the other side, including with the gentlelady from Florida's 14th District, the ranking member on her interconnection queue legislation. As energy demand is projected to grow to staggering levels, we must enact policies that increase supply, infrastructure, and reliability in the energy sector while lowering costs for American families and businesses. The bills before us today do just that, and I urge all my colleagues to support them. And with this, I yield back, and I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, for 5 minutes for her opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. You know, America is enjoying a clean energy manufacturing boom. 400,000 new jobs in nuclear, solar, wind, batteries, geothermal vehicles, and component parts being made in America, thanks in large part to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law of 2021 and our historic clean energy law passed in 2022. We've been connecting cleaner, cheaper energy to the grid, reshoring jobs, boosting our competitiveness, including our automakers and workers across industries, countering China. Old manufacturing sites in energy communities have found new life. But in what can only be described as self-sabotage, in just a few short months, the new administration and Republicans in Congress have turned America's manufacturing boom into a slump. 62,000 jobs lost. They have taken an arbitrary chainsaw to energy and conservation projects that save consumers money, and they have added the higher cost of tariffs and chaos on top of it all. All of it is driving electric bills and inflation higher. This package of bills the committee will consider today will make it worse, and the GOP will own the energy price spikes in the months ahead. Who will benefit while consumers are paying more? Oil, gas, coal corporations, and their lobbyists. This comes on the heels of the big ugly bill passed by House Republicans that rips away health care from 16 million Americans, adds $2.4 trillion to the debt to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. But the higher electric bills and the job losses driven by that big ugly bill haven't gotten as much attention. But the early analysis of the billionaire boondoggle bill paints a very grim picture. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter 6 independent analyses into the record, each of which show that the bill will result in higher electricity costs and less cheap energy.
Without objection, so ordered.
So let's dive into this. I have a poster to show you. Total U.S. electricity demand is forecast to increase by 15.8%, or 128 gigawatts in the next 4 years. By gutting the clean energy tax credits, Republicans have charted a course to decrease new electricity capacity additions by 302 gigawatts by 2035, which is enough to power 227 million homes. So if Republicans have their way, we will not build the energy to power U.S. leadership in artificial intelligence or advanced manufacturing, and those sectors will move abroad. My second poster. Not only will we have less electricity, it will also be more expensive. Costs pass directly on to American families. The Republicans' big ugly bill will increase average household energy cost by $230 to $400 per year. So Republicans haven't just turned their backs on the fastest growing, cleanest, and cheapest sources of energy, but they are now actively sabotaging homegrown energy, jobs, and family budgets. I know it's June, but for Republicans, every day is Valentine's Day when it comes to big oil and gas. And this package of bills we'll consider today is a prime example. Some of the bills are unnecessary. Some are heavy-handed mandates that threaten innovation and competition in energy markets. They will add billions of dollars in costs already to rising energy prices, while doing nothing to safeguard reliability. DOE already has the authority to delay power plant closures to maintain reliability. We look forward to a healthy debate today. And Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate you including Congresswoman Schreier's Hydropower Relicensing Transparency Act. That's an important effort to provide Congress with more insight on a significant source of clean, firm power. However, I'm disappointed that Republicans are unwilling to consider low-hanging fruit, the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act, that's a mouthful, in today's markup, despite the expert testimony we heard in our April hearing about how it could bring all types of generators online quickly. You know, businesses large and small across the United States want to manufacture, build, and use cheap, clean energy, but Republicans are taking those opportunities away from them. Instead of raising electric bills and exacerbating the job slump, I urge GOP colleagues to get back to working together to advance policies that deliver more affordable energy to our neighbors back home with a modern, reliable grid, real solutions that meet the magnitude of the challenges we face today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman of the full committee, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Latta, and the members of this subcommittee for this important work to advance American leadership through energy abundance. Today, the Energy Subcommittee is considering 13 pieces of legislation that are critical to fueling American energy production, securing U.S. leadership in the next generation industries, empowering our nation's electric grid with reliable and affordable energy. Throughout our history, the prosperity and security of the United States has always been linked to reliable and affordable energy. Today's world is no different. We're on the precipice of dramatic change that could be shaped by the outcome of our race with China for AI leadership and efforts to reshore job-creating industries, all of which require a staggering increase in our energy supplies, and there's no time to waste. This committee has spent considerable time this Congress already studying how AI has the potential to change everyday lives, raise standards of living, improve health outcomes, and lift people out of poverty. But if we fail to win the race to AI domination to an authoritarian regime like China, we risk ceding the next generation technologies to a communist regime that does not share our democratic values. Energy security and supply is key to developing the AI infrastructure we need to be globally competitive. With that in mind, the Energy Subcommittee has been hard at work to reverse the course from the Biden-Harris administration's energy transition to chart a path towards energy abundance. If we want to see what energy transitions look like, we can look no further than our allies in Europe, who are struggling to keep the lights on because of the aggressive policy decisions of left-leaning governments. These same countries continue to rely on Russian natural gas instead of cleaner, burning, and affordable American LNG. Meanwhile, manufacturing, energy-intensive industries are fleeing the European continent in search of better investment opportunities. We cannot follow suit. Only this past Memorial Day weekend, we were reminded of our own ongoing electric reliability crisis and constrained energy supplies as the southern portion of MISO was forced to initiate an emergency load shedding event to prevent widespread outages due to higher than expected demand. During the 119th Congress, this committee has held several hearings with grid operators, engineers, and experts in the energy industry that are sounding the alarm of our state of our national energy system. We were told that policies designed to subsidize renewable technologies are resulting in a concerning imbalance with baseload power coming offline, which is undermining stability of the electric system. We heard from witnesses that not all electrons are a one-for-one substitute and that we should not be taking baseload power plants offline without sufficient and comparable replacements. I would remind my colleagues, if AI models could run on just wind and solar power, they would be doing so already. To fuel American energy abundance, the bills before us today address key impediments to an efficient and cost-effective infrastructure development while identifying opportunities to expand our refining capacity, improve our hydropower permitting process, and secure our energy supply chains. In addition, the bills before us today will ensure timely interconnection of dispatchable resources and rightly place the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, in the federal authority on reliability to prevent a future Clean Power Plan 3.0. Importantly, legislation before us today will bolster our energy production and advance our national security interests by reversing the Biden administration LNG export ban and streamlining permitting for natural gas pipelines to fuel investment in energy-intensive industries while lowering costs for hardworking households. Altogether, the bills before our subcommittee today take an important step to advancing President Trump's energy dominance agenda and cement our nation's role as the global leader in energy production. I appreciate you holding this markup, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes for 5 minutes the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the full committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good.
Over the last month, between their big ugly tax bill and the bills we're marking up today, Trump and the Republicans have unveiled their energy strategy that will make energy less affordable for families, undermine clean energy, and allow big oil and gas to build polluting infrastructure wherever they want, regardless of the consequences. Independent modeling has found that the big ugly GOP tax bill will increase household power bills by more than $400 per year, and that's on top of the annual $5,000 that President Trump's chaotic global trade war will cost American families. The GOP ugly bill will destroy any progress we've made towards revitalizing energy manufacturing and supporting innovation in America. And I simply do not understand how, at a time when power demand is increasing, Republicans are doing everything they can to cut off new sources of electricity. At the same time, they're insisting on increasing demand for natural gas while also trying to make the supply of domestic gas go down because more of it will be sent overseas. It's a recipe for higher prices and disaster for the American people. And yet Republicans are dead set on doubling down on their plan to increase prices. Several of the bills that are before us today will do just that, either by forcing families to pay for uneconomic coal plants to stay online or by allowing unlimited exports of LNG that will drive up heating and cooking costs. The subcommittee heard testimony at the end of April explicitly stating that these bills would explode costs for Americans across the country. But that's all fine under the Republican energy agenda of driving up energy costs on American families. Now, there are other bills today that blatantly discriminate against clean sources of energy. These bills are proof that Republicans have never been for all of the above. The only energy that they care about is fossil fuels, and every other source of energy, no matter how useful it is, must be left behind. Republicans seem also content with giving the Department of Energy more and more work with several of the bills today, without acknowledging or trying to understand the impact of the serious staffing reductions the Trump administration has indiscriminately and chaotically implemented. Rather than working with us to get answers from the administration on how DOE plans to complete what it's already tasked with, Republicans are intent to ask DOE to do even more with less. And some of the bills before us were already passed by House Republicans as part of the GOP big ugly tax bill. Republicans are clearly marking them up today, again, because they don't believe they're going to survive the so-called bird bath in the Senate. That's why we are revisiting them again today. In fact, Republicans already had to knock 2 of these permitting provisions out of their bills before it even passed the House. So to be clear, Republicans are so desperate to sell out the public interest for natural gas pipelines and LNG facilities that they'll create an entire pay-to-play permitting regime out of thin air. Republicans want to allow pipeline developers and LNG exporters to pay government agencies upwards of $10 million to acquire permits free of any scrutiny. Just imagine the kind of corruption that this could produce, and none of it is in the public interest. What Republicans are going to tell you today is that these bills are somehow unnecessary to power the increasing electricity demand from artificial intelligence. But that's not true. We've heard from AI and data center business leaders multiple times this Congress, and they were all clear. We have to do the exact opposite of what Republicans are attempting to do. To power AI, we need a grid that's affordable, reliable, and clean. If the bills you're marking up today were ever enacted, our bid would be expensive, I should say our grid would be expensive, unstable, and dirty, and that would be a crisis that none of us can afford. So again, I don't understand the purpose of today's hearing other than to double down on the same things that we heard as part of the budget reconciliation, and none of that is going to actually lead to more electricity. None of that's going to lead to more affordable prices. And all of it, leads to more and more dependence on fossil fuels, which totally belies all of the above philosophy. And I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, I believe in all of the above. We work together on nuclear power. We've worked together on a lot of different sources. There's no reason to prioritize fossil fuels, which is what's going on today. And with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair reminds members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? For what purpose does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
I wish to make an opening statement, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important markup. We've all said over and over again, one of our greatest challenges this century will be keeping the lights on and the costs of energy low, while modernizing our energy system to keep pace with the rapid growth of our society. Now we're facing this unprecedented increase in energy demand from data centers, manufacturing, and population growth that we are currently not prepared to handle. We need to use all the tools at our disposal to meet this challenge, but we are on a path to failure. We are on a path to failure because Congress is spending so much time on study bills and messaging bills instead of bipartisan policies that will help us build the energy infrastructure we need to power the economy. Now, I am inclined to support most of the study bills we're considering today, notwithstanding the significant loss of brainpower and expertise at the agencies that would be completing the studies, because I think we should be setting policy according to long-term bipartisan energy strategy and not 4-year or 2-year election cycles. The Senate permitting deal last year, the Energy Permitting Reform Act, or EPRA, attempted to start to develop that long-term strategy, which is why I was glad to support it. And it contained core provisions of my bipartisan Speed and Reliability Act, which would have helped make the energy grid smarter, bigger, and stronger instead of old, small, and dumb, which it is today. The Speed and Reliability Act streamlines siting and permitting for large transmission lines that demonstrably improve grid reliability and reduce congestion with respect to market demand without touching cost allocation whatsoever. This bill does this solely by improving existing programs, eliminating permitting redundancies, and holding states and federal agencies accountable to project deadlines, which I thought was a bipartisan permitting priority. Again, the bill's bipartisan, costs no money, would shave 5 years off permitting timelines if we passed it today. We're not hearing that bill today. We're not hearing a number of other bills. We're only hearing one bill authored by a Democrat. Another bill we could hear is the Generation Interconnection Procedures Act from Ms. Castor to help us with the interconnection queue. There's a lot of things we're just not hearing here. We should use hearings as an opportunity to discuss ideas, but we haven't had that. So if we're serious about keeping the lights on, lowering costs, and ensuring reliability, we need to focus on what's holding us back, the failure to build, particularly our failure to build transmission, pipelines, and new generation of all types. Instead of fighting over what's coming on and off the grid, we should work together to expand and modernize it to accommodate all the things we need. And I really want to express again my interest in working in a bipartisan way to deal with these problems. We can't solve these problems under one-party rule. I think we've seen that again and again. But if we're serious about meeting energy demand and reducing costs, we need to work together. And I'm disappointed to see a lot of really good ideas not before the committee today, and we'll continue to work to get them heard and passed. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there further opening statements? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York for an opening statement for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I express my disappointment with this markup's agenda. You've held numerous hearings this year to examine how the United States should address growing electricity demand. And essentially, every single witness, whether they testified at the invitation of Republicans or Democrats, agreed on 2 key policy needs. First, we need to preserve tax incentives that make it cheaper to build the generating resources that can be built most quickly. And second, we need to make it easier to permit, site, and build transmission infrastructure. On the first point, we know the majority's position, a reconciliation bill that every credible analyst has found is going to raise energy prices for consumers, including commercial and industrial energy users. On the second issue, there's nothing among the bills today that will allow us to effectively expand our grid infrastructure to better integrate new loads. And there is nothing to support using our existing grid infrastructure more efficiently. Instead, we are finding new and unnecessary ways to require consumers to pay more for uncompetitive generators to hang around the system. This is not the way to achieve what I believe is a shared bipartisan goal of promoting American AI leadership while making our electric system modern, reliable, and yes, affordable. This is the wrong approach, and I would implore us to hit the reset button and come together to work on policy solutions that actually address the challenges that will determine whether or not we are a globally competitive economy in the decades to come. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Are there other opening statements? The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Latta. And just before we consider the bills before us today, I really want to put them in the context of the moment that we're in and reflect on that. This subcommittee has held 4 hearings so far this Congress, all focused on the skyrocketing energy demand, and witnesses representing every segment of the energy sector have made it clear that we need more, not less, energy production, and that we need more investment in energy innovation. And instead of listening to the experts' guidance on these pressing matters, the Trump administration is instead slashing federal investments that Congress has made in energy projects, and implementing and instituting these tariffs that are going to drive up electricity costs, and our constituents are going to see that on their electric bills. But rather than doing anything to stop the president and the administration's actions to take over the role of Congress, whether it's the appropriations that we've made, the projects that we've authorized, or our ability and responsibility to deal with tariffs, we are acting as like it's business as usual around here, and it's not. And making matters worse, the reconciliation bill that the House just passed cut investments in energy efficiency and in innovation and in deployment of these technologies that we've been talking about on our committee are so important. Just last week, the Department of Energy announced $3.7 billion in cuts to the DOE Office of Clean Energy demonstration programs, and they included groundbreaking projects in the Gulf Coast, in the area that I represent, that would have provided and guaranteed good jobs for folks who work in the energy industry, and they would have built on Texas's leadership in the technologies of the future, like hydrogen and carbon capture. And I think it's really important to recognize that in 2023, Texas generated more electricity and produced more oil and natural gas than any other state. Texas led U.S. states in wind power generation, and Texas led in solar generation. We were second in solar generation and battery storage. So we can do it all. In Texas, we are doing it all. And we've made huge strides in permitting reform and in grid interconnection, the kinds of things we're talking about here. And I just want to remind my colleagues that those investments were driven by our Republican governors, Governor Bush and Governor Perry. This should not be partisan. It doesn't need to be partisan. So I hope we can do that important work here, including permitting reform, and be visionary on this committee and expand and invest in these resources rather than limit and constrain our ability to have that vision and to move us into the future, because that is what energy dominance really is. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields back. Are there any further opening statements? Seeing none, the chair calls up H.R. 3616 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3616, a bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to review regulations that may
Without
affect...
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio's 12th District seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3616, offered by Mr. Balderson. Section 1, short title. This
Without
act...
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank you, Chairman Latta, for holding this markup today and moving this bill forward. The Reliable Power Act would ensure proper coordination between the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, and federal agencies issuing regulations impacting the bulk power system, such as the Department of Energy and EPA. This bill builds off the GRID Act, which was introduced by my friend and former colleague, Chairman Jeff Duncan, and passed the full committee last Congress. The text of the AINS in the introduced bill contains technical changes to the discussion draft from the legislative hearing based on comments and feedback we received from FERC and NERC. I'd like to thank our committee staff for their work and dedication in making sure that the feedback was included and addressed in this bill. The Reliable Power Act provides federal accountability for reliability and ensures regulations that involve power generation, protect the reliability of electrical grid, and ultimately protect our constituents. First, the bill would require NERC, the Electrical Reliability Organization, to conduct annual long-term reliability assessments of the bulk power system. If NERC finds the bulk power system is at risk of not having adequate generation to supply sufficient energy to maintain an adequate level of reliability, it must notify FERC, and that system is in the state of generation inadequacy. The bill would then direct FERC to notify DOE, the EPA, and any agency it determines appropriate of the state of generation inadequacy. Upon such notice, the notified agency is required to send rules under development that impact generation resources to FERC for review and comment, and recommendations to prevent significant impacts on the ability of the grid to supply sufficient energy to maintain an adequate level of reliability. Under the Reliable Power Act, no rule that affects generation resources can be finalized if FERC determines the rule would have a significant negative impact on the ability of the grid to supply sufficient energy to maintain an adequate level of reliability. This committee has heard from many voices over the years, including FERC, DOE, power providers, and actual grid operators about the very real reliability crisis our grid is facing. It's critical that we maintain reliable and efficient generation. Unfortunately, the previous administration issued a number of rules targeting our most reliable power plants without proper input or feedback from our grid experts. The Reliable Power Act sets clear accountability and coordination standards to ensure that federal regulations support rather than threaten the strength and dependability of our power system. I'm proud this bill has the support of the American Public Power Association, which represents the nation's 2,000 not-for-profit community-owned electric utilities and serve 55 million people across the country. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record their letter of support for this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the aims and the underlying bill. It's vitally important we protect our constituents from dangerous federal regulations that threaten the electrical grid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Is there further discussion on the AINS? The gentlelady from Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the AINS.
It's
labeled AMD_HR3616_20.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3616, Reliable Power Act, offered by Ms. DeGette. Add at the end the
Without
following.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of issues with the Reliable Power Act. It's not just that the bill is a thinly veiled effort to prevent clean energy from coming online, but in addition, this Congress, it's that it asks FERC to achieve the impossible with increasingly less bandwidth in the agency. And frankly, I have a vague sense of deja vu. As Mr. Balderson mentioned, this subcommittee marked up a similar piece of legislation last Congress with Mr. Duncan's GRID Act. Similar to this bill, the GRID Act would have required FERC to review other agencies' rules for their impact of the bulk power sector. This mandate was concerning, as the director of the Office of Electric Reliability at FERC testified in no uncertain terms to this committee last Congress that FERC did not have the capacity to review such rules with their given capabilities at that time. Well, that hasn't changed in the last 2 years. At our hearing in April, 2 months ago, FERC's acting general counsel stated, quote, FERC does not have the depth of extent of computing resources to do the extent of analysis that might be required as to some of those other agencies' actions that might be subject. This bill is asking FERC to do something that it simply is incapable of doing. I echo the same concern with the Reliable Power Act. In fact, this bill goes as far as to mandate that FERC must look into every covered agency action when a certain set of criteria are met. If FERC didn't have the capacity last Congress, it sure doesn't have the capacity this Congress, given that FERC is set to lose almost 10% of its workforce due to the Trump administration's efforts to cut the size of government. And this is detailed in an E&E article. I ask unanimous consent to enter it into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Not only have 1,500 FERC employees opted for deferred resignations, but the administration offered early retirements and implemented a government-wide hiring freeze. So how can we expect an already overburdened agency to take on even more mandated work at a time when the grid is deemed to be in a state of generation inadequacy? So I simply can't imagine a scenario where the grid is declaredly having generation problems. FERC employees could simply drop everything to review and evaluate every covered agency action. And it's not just a staffing capacity issue, it's one of access to information and data. As witnesses from FERC have said then and now, they simply don't have everything they need. So I would offer an amendment to fix this, which says that it would add language to the bill stating it won't take effect until FERC certifies that it has the capability to adequately execute the bill's mandate. This would ensure the agency, growing increasingly more understaffed and under-resourced, isn't asked to do more and more with less and less. My amendment would let the agency actually evaluate the rules and regulations with the level of scrutiny needed to ensure quality desired outcomes. All of us want to equip our agencies to succeed in actualizing their mission and not set them up for failure. This amendment would safeguard against asking FERC to accomplish the infeasible. So this is a common sense, a good government's amendment. I urge everybody to support it. And also I will say, Mr. Chairman, I would love to work with my friends on the other side of the aisle to bolster FERC and to bolster it for its ability to do what it's supposed to do now and the demands that AI and all these other issues are going to place on our grid in the future. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady, the gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Ohio's 12th District is recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
what
Mr. Chairman,
purpose is the
I
gentleman?
move to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized to strike the last word, 5 minutes.
Thank you. H.R. 3616, the Reliable Power Act, establishes federal accountability for reliability of our electric grid. And it places this accountability at FERC, the agency most appropriate to assure other agency regulations that affect electrical generation do not negatively affect reliability. FERC does not need to establish significant new modeling or computing capacity under this bill. Based on the feedback from FERC and NERC, the introduced bill provides that FERC may consult with transmission organizations and NERC, the North American Reliability Corporation, as it evaluates any covered regulation. Additionally, NERC has authority to collect necessary information, and the transmission organizations have the additional engineering capability, to assess impacts on the generation mix, transmission, and energy trends to provide perspective to FERC. In point of fact, the FERC witnesses at the legislative hearing noted that adding these constellations would be very beneficial as they would provide additional computing and modeling resources. This is an important bill for restoring accountability over the reliability of our electrical system for the benefit of the public and communities. I urge a no vote on this amendment and support the aims and underlying bill.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? The gentlelady, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to offer my strong support to Representative DeGette's good amendment. But colleagues, you'll hear a big theme today, and every time you hear affordability, reliability, we're trying to do this and that, what they're really trying to do is grease the skids for dirty energy and try to let them jump the line and get out of jail free and move it. And everything that does is make life more expensive for folks back home. 95% of all of the energy that came onto the grid last year was clean, renewable energy. It's cheaper than ever before. So these old power sources are trying to keep up and trying to get ahead. And all it does is it costs you more in the long run by trying to give them a benefit. And this amendment is smart. It would simply pause implementation of this bill until FERC actually has the professional staff to carry out the duties under this bill. Testimony before this committee has been consistent for years now. Mr. David Ortiz, then FERC's director of the Office of Electric Reliability, testified before this committee 2 years ago. Mr. Ortiz was very clear that FERC couldn't execute on this bill because FERC does not have the capacity to take on consistent oversight of other agencies' decisions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the unedited transcript from that hearing, just so that it's crystal clear.
Without objection, so
Thank you,
ordered.
because 2 years later, those problems still persist, and they've likely gotten a lot worse. This bill does nothing to provide FERC with the professional staff or the funding they need to implement the bill. Now, oversight of the grid's reliability is very important, but it is more appropriate for the regional grid system operators or the Department of Energy to do that. That's where the expertise exists. Also, I'd note again that the FERC commissioners already have the power to intervene and comment on agency rulemaking dockets if they think there could be reliability issues, as does NERC, any of the grid operators, and any utility. So the so-called Reliable Power Act uses a pretense of reliability to actually sabotage clean energy and energy storage because it, again, arbitrarily picks a winner. It introduces bureaucratic delays and red tape that will raise costs for working families across the country and increase pollution. The regional grid operators have the necessary expertise and staffing to maintain reliability on their grid. Regional operators know that there are cheaper, cleaner, and more reliable energy sources available, not just coal and gas. But congressional Republicans are simply determined to take us backwards. In fact, 1972 is calling, and it wants its energy policy back. You are so backward looking. Meanwhile, there are all sorts of modern grid solutions like storage, demand response, and regional and interregional coordination that can provide reliability at a lower price and with less pollution. While this bill gives FERC more responsibilities that it cannot meet and does not want, you also have the Trump administration and House Republicans busy gutting the agencies that are already working to ensure that we have a reliable grid. The Energy and Commerce mark of the big ugly bill, you actually took funds away from grid reliability, modernization, and deployment. And there are reports that more than 4,000 staffers at the Department of Energy have accepted resignation offers. This is in addition to the chainsaw attempts to institute mass layoffs. These resignations include about half of the Grid Deployment Office, which was just established in 2022 to modernize and upgrade the grid. These experts were working to enhance our grid's reliability and resilience, developing new and improved infrastructure, priorities that many in this committee have claimed to support. But House Republicans have been complicit with the administration, with Elon Musk's chainsaw approach, illegally withholding funds from grant recipients across the country and refusing to allow our career experts to do their jobs. Meanwhile, communities across the country want a more flexible and resilient grid. We need to get back to that. So I urge my colleagues to support Congresswoman DeGette's amendment and then vote no on the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any further discussions on the amendment? Hearing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. All those opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentle lady has requested a roll call, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber? No. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks? Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor?
Yes.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Chairman Latta?
No.
Chairman Latta votes no.
Are there other members wishing to be recognized on the vote? The gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded.
Delinquent.
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Am I recorded?
Mr. Pallone is not
I
recorded.
vote aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recognized on the roll call?
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were,
Until, just 1 second, I want to make sure we have everybody here that want to be, okay, you got Gary.
Come on now. Come on now. You're not going to share.
Mr. Allen is recorded as no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments on the Ains? Okay. Seeing that there are no further amendments, the question will then occur on the Ains. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Got ahead of me there. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
No.
The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments on the bill? Seeing no further amendments, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3616 as amended. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
Yes. Roll call.
And a roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller-Meeks? Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Matsui?
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey?
No.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta?
Aye.
Chairman Latta votes aye.
Are there other members wishing to be recognized on the roll call? The gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to answer the roll? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 16 ayes and 14 noes.
Well, thank you very much. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 1047 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1047, a bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to reform the interconnection.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Ohio's 12th District is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I thank you for holding this hearing and including the Bill Grid Power Act. I move to strike the last word. I apologize and speak in support of this bill. This bill is critical to ensure our nation has the baseload, dispatchable power needed to meet historic demand growth and guarantee the lights turn on for our constituents when they turn the switch on. PJM, the largest grid operator of the nation, recently announced they expect to lose about 40 gigawatts of generation by 2030. That's 21% of PJM's total capacity. According to PJM, new power resources are simply not coming online at an adequate enough pace to replace the risk of retiring resources. In fact, between 2022 and 2023, PJM saw over 11,000 megawatts of generation deactivated and only 4,000 megawatts of new generation added to the grid. It doesn't take an electrical expert to know it's a major problem when retiring power plants are outpacing new generation, all while our nation is seeing historic demand growth from electrification, data centers, and AI. We must do more to ensure that we can fuel the AI revolution, and we can start by addressing the broken interconnection process. Interconnection queues are a list maintained by electrical transmission system operators, such as the independent system operators, the regional transmission organizations, or transmission providers that tracks all pending requests for new power generation facilities connected to the electrical grid. Right now, our nation's interconnection queues are buckling under their own weight. The growing backlog of projects is adding years to an already time-consuming process and preventing shovel-ready projects from getting connected. In fact, according to the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, almost 2,600 gigawatts of generation projects were sitting in the interconnection queues across the country. That's more than double the amount of existing generation currently on the grid. As a result of that backlog, the median wait time for projects to move through the interconnection queues has increased to 5 years. That's 5 years of waiting around before good projects can sign interconnection agreements, begin construction, and get connected to the grid. Given the demand growth and the power plant retirements we're seeing in my home state of Ohio and across the country, we can't wait 5 or more years. We can't afford to keep delaying critical projects from being built and connected to the grid. The Grid Power Act would give grid operators the authority to identify and expedite the consideration of essential projects that will protect the grid's reliability and provide the power needed to meet America's growing demand. This bill requires the FERC to develop rules that authorize grid operators, including transmission operators, regional transmission organizations, and independent system operators, to fast-track critical generation that ensures grid reliability and meet growing power demands by allowing them to bypass the years-long wait in their interconnection queue. The bill empowers grid operators to accelerate projects that provide new dispatchable power and improve grid reliability and resource adequacy, addresses power shortages caused by retiring offline dispatchable power, and support increased power demand. The Grid Power Act promotes transparency by requiring the grid operators to provide a process for public comment and stakeholder engagement before submitting proposals to FERC. Additionally, the bill requires operators to provide regular reporting on the state of the grid reliability, including actions taken under the bill to FERC. Lastly, the bill requires FERC to review and, if necessary, update regulations issued under the bill to ensure they remain effective and relevant to evolving challenges to grid reliability and resiliency. I ask that all of my colleagues support this common sense bill that gives our grid operators the tools they need to get new generation online and connected to the grid at the time of historic demand growth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members wishing to give remarks on the bill?
I have an amendment.
For what purpose, does the gentlelady have the amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, it's Castor Amendment HR 1047_2.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1047, offered by Ms. Castor. Page 5, line 18. Strike to
Without
ensure.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes for support of her amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, the Grid Power Act is unnecessary. It allows FERC to use discriminatory practices to pick winners and losers. It does nothing to ensure a reliable grid. We've seen already this year as well that FERC has the power to approve changes to interconnection queues, including prioritization of certain resources when it deems necessary. Now, we've got to do a whole lot more streamlining on interconnection queues, but you cannot ignore the fact that just in February, FERC allowed PJM to prioritize adding resources like gas-fired power plants to its grid while keeping renewable energy projects in its long interconnection queue. Commissioners made it clear that this is only a one-time emergency measure, not a substitute for a well-functioning interconnection process. In May, FERC rejected MISO's proposal to fast-track new generation interconnections because it was a poorly designed plan that placed insufficient limits on the number of projects that could be fast-tracked and prioritized unrelated attributes. These are the type of complex decisions that we want a robust and independent FERC, fully staffed with professional experts, to make in partnership with regional grid operators. And clearly, FERC already has the necessary authority so long as it justifies its approval with evidence that such an approach is both just and reasonable and not unduly discriminatory. The only thing this bill allows is letting FERC approve discriminatory practices, pick winners and losers among resources, and that is a recipe for higher costs for consumers. One of FERC's core responsibilities is to keep prices affordable, a mission that is made possible by strong competition among energy generators. This resource-neutral access makes it possible for any project with real investment and progress toward construction to move forward. But this bill hamstrings that neutrality, which will stifle American innovation and entrepreneurship. This bill, and frankly, again, this entire markup, all of this package of bills, fails to understand that reliability isn't a description of an individual generator, but rather is an attribute that applies to the entire system. It's not a given that additional dispatchable resources aid reliability. You have to rely on a mix of generation, different fuels and wires to make sure everyone can get the power they need all of the time. So while this bill pushes gas-fired plants to the front of the line unfairly, making it more expensive, it does nothing to address the real constraints facing gas plants. It is well documented that supply chain constraints for gas turbines mean that those resources will not come online until 2030. The cost of these gas plants also rising rapidly, costs that will be passed through to American families and companies. Increased costs and delays for these gas plants also risk pushing low-cost renewables and batteries out of the queue, further increasing costs. And we're not even getting into the fact that they're exacerbating the costs, the rising cost of climate. My neighbors back home are rebuilding from hurricanes because the Gulf waters last year were so incredibly hot. Remember Milton went from a Category 1 to a Category 5 in like 15 hours? Helene flooded out thousands and thousands of my neighbors. Insurance rates are just off the charts. We're not even getting into that. If we were serious about an approach that brings new energy online quickly to meet demand and lower prices, we would be discussing the Expediting Generator Interconnection Procedures Act in today's markup, which was already included in our last legislative hearing. And in addition, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a letter from the NRDC into the record, where they write, these bills arbitrarily advantage fossil fuel generation, even when it is not the most reliable or affordable option, exacerbate climate change, and cause electric bills to skyrocket. On this bill in particular, they say this is an effort to arbitrarily tip the cards in favor of the fossil fuel industry and flies in the face of long-held standard of open access to transmission system. It also distracts from fixing the real problems, the slow speed of interconnection queues, which are delaying all types of resources from coming online more quickly. And with that, I'll offer that for the record and encourage adoption of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back, and without objection, so ordered. Is there anyone else wishing to be recognized on the amendment? The gentleman from Ohio's 12th District, for what purpose do you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak against the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment as it is simply unnecessary. The underlying bill does not amend the Federal Power Act in any way to restrict FERC's authority under Sections 205 or 206, nor would it limit or prohibit FERC from denying a proposal if it finds the proposal to be unjust or unreasonable, or if it's unduly discriminatory or preferential. The Federal Power Act requires that all rates, terms, and conditions of FERC's jurisdictional services and charges, as well as all rules and regulations affecting such rates, terms, and conditions, be filed with FERC for approval and be deemed just and reasonable by the Commission prior to becoming effective. Under Section 205, utilities have the legal burden of demonstrating that the proposal is just and reasonable. In a Section 206 filing, the complainant must show that the document currently on file is unjust and unreasonable. FERC can also set a new rate, term, or condition by initiating a Section 206 proceeding on its own. The Grid Power Act clearly states on page 5, line 23, that within 60 days of receiving a proposal, FERC shall review the proposal and approve or deny the proposal. Nothing in the bill requires FERC to approve a proposal. Additionally, the bill promotes transparency by requiring those making a request to FERC to provide a process for public comment and stakeholder engagement and provide regular reporting to the Commission on any actions taken pursuant to this act. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back the balance of time. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. You want a roll call? The generally requests a roll call vote, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber. Yep. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Thanks for
I'm getting flack, you know that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll fix it.
Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Aye. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Aye. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. Duguette. Aye. Ms. Duguette votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta.
No.
Chairman Latta votes no.
Are there members wishing to be recognized on the amendment, either on,
Allen is recorded as aye. Mr. Allen is off aye and on no.
How was Weber wrongly recorded?
Mr. Weber is recorded as aye.
Weber's a no.
Mr. Weber is off aye and on no.
do we have any other members wishing to be recognized on the roll? The clerk will take the roll and report.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 15 noes.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments on the bill? There are no further amendments on the bill, and the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1047. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. And the gentlelady has requested a roll call vote, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fluger. Mr. Fluger votes aye. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Mullen. Ms. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Ms. Deget.
No.
Ms. Deget votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Pallone.
No.
Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta.
Aye.
Chairman Latta votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded?
Mr. Fry votes aye.
Seeing no others, the clerk will report the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 16 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3632 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3632, a bill to amend the Federal Power Act to adjust the requirements for orders, rules, and regulations.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. And the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes in support of the bill. I strongly support the Power Plant Reliability Act introduced by our colleague from Virginia's 9th District. This bill would enhance existing authorities under the Federal Power Act to ensure premature retirements are not unnecessarily undermining the reliability of our electric grid. As part of that process, orders issued pursuant to this legislation will waive excessive environmental regulations mirroring language in Section 202C of the Federal Power Act to provide needed flexibility for plant owners to continue operating the facility in a cost-effective manner. In addition, this bill would require plants to provide a 5-year advance notice of their plans to retire to help states and RTOs improve long-term planning for resource adequacy of the bulk power system. By requiring this 5-year advance notice, we can ensure that states and grid operators can responsibly manage their respective systems to keep the lights on for hardworking households. Importantly, this bill allows for flexibility of the 5-year advance notice of retirements in the event of an emergency, disaster, or other similar events that leave the plant inoperable. The Energy Subcommittee has held several hearings during the 119th Congress to understand the complexities of our ongoing reliability crisis. We continue to hear from grid operators, engineers, and utilities of all kinds about the impact that premature retirements are having on the bulk power system. Unfortunately, many times it is the policy decisions of the government, both state and federal, that are forcing the closure of baseload retirements and seeking to replace generation with less reliable sources. While renewable energy resources have a role to play in a diverse energy mix, not all electrons can be treated the same. baseload and dispatchable energy that comes from the natural gas, coal, nuclear, and hydropower provide the essential reliability service our grid relies on, and which inverter-based resources inherently do not possess. The excessive subsidizing of mature technologies like wind and solar have created a concerning imbalance in our resource mix that is making it more difficult for states and grid operators to keep the lights on. With this bill, we will provide FERC with an additional tool in the reliability toolbox to ensure that all regions of the country have the resources they need to keep the lights on. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I thank our colleague from Virginia's 9th District for leading on this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time. And does anybody else seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purposes, the gentleman from California moves to strike the last word. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As said at the time we had a hearing on these bills, I'm happy that the majority is interested in meeting energy demand, securing the electric grid, and reducing costs for Americans. The committee needs to finally have a robust bipartisan debate about the future of our energy system, from energy storage to pipelines to transmission to energy efficiency. Every single witness before this committee has been clear. We need more of everything, whether it's transmission, pipelines, solar, wind, natural gas. Only a true all-of-the-above energy strategy will help keep the lights on as we transition our energy system to the 21st century. That's why it's so unfortunate that the bills we're discussing today are focused more on returning to the past instead of bringing us into the future. Instead of focusing on how to develop a long-term and holistic energy strategy, which has been proven to decrease costs and improve reliability for everyone, we're talking about short-term fixes that will increase costs, steamroll state regulators, and negatively affect reliability in the long run. For example, the Power Plant Reliability Act would give the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission the power to force older, expensive plants to stay open far beyond their planned retirement date, overruling the decisions of all other local, state, and federal officials. Make no mistake, these plants are closing because the market and the experts have dictated that they should close. Utilities, states, and regions are not making investment decisions based on whether the president believes in climate change or not. They're making investment decisions based on what's best for customers, reliability, and the future of their own system. If there are reliability issues caused by the retirement of these plants, we should address that by building newer, more efficient generation, and by building a better grid to transfer power from where it's abundant to where it's needed. I don't think it's fair to ask my constituents to pay for an old coal plant to stay online when the market has dictated we don't need it to. If a utility, state, or region is caught flat-footed by the retirement of old and expensive generation, that's a planning and governance failure that needs to be addressed instead of propped up by Congress. Why should we use ratepayer dollars just to kick the can down the road versus investing in new generation and new grid build-out driven by new American jobs and new American manufacturing? My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are obsessed with blaming our reliability challenges on the retirement of old, expensive, and outdated coal generation rather than our inability to build the new infrastructure we need when and where we need it. We should not let short-sighted policies that increase costs for customers and impair reliability of the grid in the long run, or refuse to support those. The Power Plant Reliability Act should not take effect until the Secretary of Energy certifies in writing that American families will not pay higher energy bills due to being forced to pay for outdated coal plants to stay online. My amendment would do just that. All of us have stressed how we want to work in a bipartisan way to make America more energy dominant. We need to focus on durable, common sense, and all of the above policies that provide certainty for industry and consumers. And we should be having hearings on bipartisan bills that improve planning, help us build more transmission and generation, and expand the tools in our tool belt to help us meet this challenge. The bills that we are discussing today do not help us do that, and for the most part are not the best use of our valuable time. For my Speed and Reliability Act, for instance, is bipartisan, costs no money, creates no new programs, and streamlines the siting and permitting process for national interest transmission, which everyone agrees we need by 5 years. I still don't understand why we cannot have a hearing on a bill like that. I urge support of my amendment and I yield back.
Are there others wishing to?
Just procedurally.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm
Did
sorry.
everything but call my amendment.
Well, let me
I have
ask.
an amendment at the desk that I just spoke to.
Well, let me ask this, because I was wondering if you call an amendment, or if you're speaking on the bill. Let me ask this question. Are there others who wish to speak on the bill, Republican side? On the Democrat side, the gentleman from California has an amendment, I believe, at the desk. What amendment do you have?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk. It is AMD PPRACT 36.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3632, offered by Mr. Peters. Add at the end the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I spoke to my amendment, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
My understanding is the gentleman yields back since he incorporated in his opening his statement. Are those anyone wishing to speak on the amendment? And I will speak on the amendment. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would require the Secretary of Energy to certify that actions taken under this legislation would not unduly increase costs on consumers. This amendment is unnecessary and a distraction to the underlying bill and the policy concerns it seeks to address. This committee has held several hearings with grid operators, engineers, and energy industry experts, and we were told that state policies that seek to drive out baseload fossil generating units are a key reason for our own ongoing reliability crisis. The Power Plant Reliability Act would seek to address this issue by enhancing an existing authority under the Federal Power Act to maintain operation of a generating unit or to build new transmission lines in the event of an electricity supply shortfall. When the lights go out, people's lives are put at stake and job-creating industries are undermined. It is our hope that this authority would not be utilized and that we can allow entrepreneurs and utilities to build and operate cost-effective and reliable generating units. Unfortunately, actions taken by states and the previous administration have deliberately sought to drive out reliable baseload generating units without replacing them with resources that meet the needs of our power sector. As NERC has recently stated, over the next 4 years, our nation is expected to lose 52 gigawatts of baseload power. At the same time, energy demands from data centers and manufacturing facilities are skyrocketing. This amendment would layer on additional burdensome requirements that would already be considered by FERC when issuing an order under Section 207. When issuing orders under Section 207, FERC must already consider how rates are just and reasonable for the ratepayer, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. The gentlelady from Virginia, for what does she seek recognition?
Speaking to the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was worth noting, since we are addressing an amendment to the gentleman from Virginia's 9th District, which covers Southwest Virginia, that in today's an article in today's Cardinal News, which is an independent, nonprofit, nonpartisan news site that focuses solely on Southwest and Southside Virginia, there's a very relevant article that questions why Congress is stifling the growth of the one form of energy that is the quickest to get up and running and accounted for 81% of the new energy added to the grid last year. And that, of course, is solar, which the big, beautiful bill is stifling by doing away with the tax credits. And in Virginia, as a result of that, Ben Norris, of the Solar Industry Association, told our Commission on Electric Utility Regulation that the House bill is going to kill the development of enough solar to power this entire state of Pennsylvania. Now, this same article then goes through a comparison of development timelines for all of the different types of energy, from natural gas to nuclear, coal, even wind, and makes very clear that solar is the fastest. But here's something that particularly caught my eye on coal. Even Appalachian Power, a coal-heavy utility whose service area includes coal country, and the gentleman from the 9th District's district, has said it has no interest in burning more coal because coal is more expensive than other fuels. The market has already decided, not regulators, the market has already decided no one should be building new coal plants, and existing coal plants should be retired because they are too expensive compared to other forms of energy to be used to generate electricity. And so I think that this amendment that would require an analysis of whether the continuation of coal-based power plants or any other outdated, uneconomic power plants would ultimately continue to artificially increase utility bills, because the one thing we can be guaranteed is that the cost to build a power plant and to generate electricity using it is going to be passed to customers. Our state constitutions mandate that our utilities be able to recover their costs. And so if we are focused on lowering utility costs while also getting more electricity online, let's be realistic about it and not artificially prop up sources that the market has already said we need to move away from, because they're not only terrible for our environment, which on World Environment Day I feel like I should point out, but are uneconomic and will add more costs in the long run. And with that,
Will you, the gentlewoman yield?
I yield.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Virginia and the gentleman from California for really keeping an eye on electric bills for American families and business owners, because what this package of bills that the GOP has brought will do is it will raise electricity cost on hardworking Americans, because it greases the skids for dirtier, more expensive power sources to come onto the grid with the hope of crowding out the cleaner, cheaper energy. And the gentlewoman you reminded me of all the testimony that we've heard in this committee of the first few months of the year with the AI data centers, the huge new power generation that they needed, and to a person from all sectors, as Ms. Fletcher referenced earlier in her remarks, everyone has said, bring this power onto the grid. We have this cleaner, cheaper power that is supposed to come onto the grid, but I know that that is a threat to the bottom line of the dirty, polluting power generators. They don't like it. So they're using every tool at their disposal to try to kneecap cleaner, cheaper energy, and all that will do will raise electricity bills for all Americans, and they need to be awake to it. So I appreciate you bringing this up, and we should pass Mr. Peters' strong amendment. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Are there any others wishing to be recognized on the amendment? I'm sorry, the gentlelady is recognized from North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes.
I have to respond to a few of the comments that have been made by my colleagues on the other side. First of all, there seems to be a complete denial of what's happened over the course of the last 10 years in the energy transition as it relates to costs. Costs are rising today. Costs in the states that have transitioned the fastest to the renewables have risen the most. We have to pay for the new stuff and the old stuff to back it up. So it's a fallacy that we are, by what we're doing, driving costs up. Secondly, it is durable. These are durable and common sense solutions. It's durable and common sense to recognize today, 2/3 of the grid is at risk of not having enough power to meet demand. Today, in America, 2/3 of the country. We need more power, so it is very durable and reasonable and common sense to keep the stuff that we have until we have the replacement things online. That's common sense. We also need to recognize that demand is increasing substantially. We need more power as fast as we can get it. So shutting things down is not the right approach right now. The new technologies are still being developed. They aren't ready for prime time to cover all the needs on the grid. We need solutions today. We need to recognize that NERC and the grid operators are begging for dispatchable power. Yes, they want all power, but they are begging for dispatchable power. MISO has been saying, we need more gas, we need more gas, we need more gas for many years. And we need to recognize that by eliminating subsidies, we are not stifling anything. You can still invest in these resources. Just do them without the tax credits. So there's a fair market, so there's fair market signals being sent to all the resources, and that the investment can go where it's needed the most. So we've got to be talking about some of these truthful, basic scientific things as it relates to the grid. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentleman from New Jersey, what purposes he seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment is about affordability. So a vote for it is supporting all of our constituents in the affordability challenges that they have. A vote against this amendment is making their lives harder. I just want to quote from the amendment. It says that the underlying bill will not take effect until it is certified that the act and its amendments will not expose American families to the risk of higher power bills by paying for outdated, uneconomic coal-fired power plants to stay online longer. So this is simply about ensuring before the bill becomes law, takes effect, that all of our constituents, both Republicans and Democrats constituents, will not be paying higher prices. So this is simply about affordability, and voting against is saying to your constituents that you're not concerned about their utility costs. Two, I have a question for the Republican Party and its view on state rights, because it seems that the party of state rights has consistently taken actions this Congress to force their agenda on individual states. That is what the entirety of today is going to be about, is about forcing the federal government on states, despite what states believe is best for their environments, for their constituents. In fact, if some of my Republican colleagues had actually read what they deemed the big, beautiful bill, they would have seen that with respect to AI, we were taking away states' rights, and a Republican who had voted for it said that if she had read the bill, she would have opposed it because it's a violation of state rights. She also says that we should be reducing federal power and preserving state power. So I just don't know which way it is, because it seems when there's an issue that is important to the Republican Party, states' rights don't matter. And when it's an issue that's important to constituents across the country, they have a different tune. And so this inconsistency is problematic because it's an issue-by-issue approach that the Republican Party has at the expense of the American people and at the expense of people that live in states who have concerns about what some of these projects would do to their health and well-being. So it is wildly inconsistent. The last thing I would say with respect to fairness, which my last colleague had talked about, this is putting the thumb on the scale for dirty energy producers. And we are also penalizing those who are trying to implement clean energy throughout the country. So the Republican Party cannot talk about fairness when you are putting the thumb on the scale for dirty energy and you are penalizing those that want clean energy so we can have a cleaner environment for all Americans. So that's why this is an easy yes vote. If you vote no, then I look forward to you finally having those town halls and telling your constituents why you did so. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye, and those opposed nay. And a roll call has been requested, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber? Nope. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Ms. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Fry. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta. Chairman Latta votes no.
Are there members wishing to answer the roll?
Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes aye.
How's Mr. Langworthy reported?
Mr. Langworthy is reported as no.
I thank you. Any other members? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 15 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? There are no further amendments. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3632. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. And a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber. Aye. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Ms. Miller Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta.
Aye.
Chairman Latta votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recognized on the roll? How's the gentleman from Texas recorded?
Mr. Pfluger is not recorded. Mr. Pfluger votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 15 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3638 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3638, a bill to direct the Secretary of Energy to prepare periodic assessments and submit
Without objection, the
reports.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes in support of the bill. I speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 3638, the Electric Supply Chain Act. The legislation would direct the Department of Energy to conduct ongoing assessments of matters affecting the supply chain for the power sector. The Electric Supply Chain Act will seek to uncover risks, vulnerabilities, and security considerations in the availability of manufactured grid components that are necessary to expand our electric infrastructure. In addition, this bill will leverage the expertise of our power sector industry to improve the department's understanding of the power sector and strengthen supply chains that are critical to the timely development of electric generation and transmission infrastructure. In recent years, we've seen how supply chain constraints and bottlenecks for key grid components such as distribution transformers and natural gas turbines can stifle infrastructure development. By establishing periodic assessments under this legislation, the department will remain in a proactive posture to identify and address matters affecting our power sector supply chain as they arise. By all reports and projections, our nation is on the precipice of dramatic increases in electricity demand, primarily driven by energy-intensive users such as data centers and domestic manufacturing. The timing of projected demands is occurring as historic levels of baseload power are leaving the system due to confluence state and federal actions that attack fossil fuels and subsidize preferred sources of intermittent generation. In fact, an estimated 52 gigawatts of baseload power is expected to retire over the next 4 years. Meanwhile, the International Energy Agency estimates U.S. electricity demand to increase over the next 3 years by the equivalent supply of the whole state of California. These job-creating industries remain vital to economic prosperity and our national security. We cannot sit idly by while our adversaries seek to gain competitive advantage to control the next generation economy. This bill takes an important step to prepare our federal agencies against supply chain constraints that could occur as our nation seeks to increase electric generation to meet demands of the next generation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and I yield back the balance of my time. And are there any other members wishing to speak on the bill? The gentleman from New York is recognized. Strike the last word.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. This week, we considered the Support Act in regard to mental health and behavioral health and its reauthorization on the floor. And I see some very strong similarities with the Electric Supply Chain Act, because I'm not opposed to what's being proposed in this bill. In fact, during the Biden administration, DOE published an excellent series of reports entitled America's Strategy to Secure the Supply Chain for a Robust Clean Energy Transition, which assessed our domestic supply chains for grid equipment, energy storage, and much more. So this is a good common sense thing, but asking DOE to write this report in the context of what is happening at the agency is challenging. We don't know the exact state of the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. We don't know how many DOE employees that are leaving the agency were in MESC or how those departures will affect the office's capacity to go forward. So, Mr. Chair, I would love to be able to work with you on this bill. Would like to be able to suggest some non-controversial improvements to make sure that DOE is considering a wide range of supply chain issues in its reports. But as a first-order issue, we need to begin by having a better bipartisan understanding of what is happening at the Department of Energy and what exactly is the Trump administration's plan for MESC and moving forward. Until we can get more information from the administration and a commitment to maintain the capacity and capabilities of MESC, I will have a hard time supporting this proposal. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady has an amendment at the desk.
It's labeled AMD_HR 3638_01.
The clerk will report on the amendment.
Amendment to HR 3638 offered by Ms. McClellan. Add at the end the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the gentleman from New York that there are a lot of similarities between this bill and the Support Act in that this committee and ultimately this Congress continues to put more responsibilities on agencies as on the one hand, while the administration is gutting the workforce that could implement it. And I don't know how this bill would be anything more than a paper tiger without the workforce to put it in place. And so my amendment would prevent the bill from taking effect until the Secretary of Energy can certify 2 things. First, that the Department of Energy has the sufficient staff in place to support the timely progress of ongoing programs and projects authorized and funded by Congress, as well as the new responsibilities like the assessments required by this bill and any other bill we discussed today. Second, that the Department of Energy has no plans for further reductions in force. As we consider the Electric Supply Chain Act, we can't look at it in a vacuum, but we have to look at the broader context. And the reality is that drastic and reckless workforce reductions and funding cuts are hampering the Department of Energy. So already, DOGE has forced out over 3,500 Department of Energy staff, and we've heard that further mass layoffs are coming. Key offices responsible for implementing this bill have lost significant portions of their staff. For example, the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains has lost about 2/3 of its staff. The Loan Programs Office has lost a significant number of staff and is being gutted under the reconciliation plan that the Republicans pushed through 2 weeks ago. Across the country, businesses and community partners are waiting to hear from the Department of Energy right now about critical contracts and access to funding, and congressional offices inquiring on their behalf can't get any information because there aren't enough people to provide it. My office has heard that in some cases, the Department of Energy can't even determine who is responsible for certain projects because so many experienced staff have been forced out. And with the Department of Energy already struggling to meet its current obligations, we can't pretend it's business as usual and justify putting additional duties on an already stressed and overworked and not enough workforce. So while I am all for proactively getting ahead of studying and looking at the domestic supply chain, I don't think we should send any false hope to the American people that any of this is actually going to be done, because we don't have, unless we know that the Department of Energy has the staffing levels, office capabilities, expertise, and operating plans to do the work it already has to do, plus this additional work. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the amendment for 5 minutes. This bill is important to focus the department on critical shortcomings in supply chains for electric grid components. With spiking energy demand, the pressures on assuring secure and reliable supplies of components are only increasing. The thrust of this amendment is that DOE may not have the capacity to do this or many of its other critical functions. I look forward to talking to the Secretary of Energy next week about his plans to reorganize the agency and focus on its energy security functions. I remind members that DOE has tremendous capabilities. Even before the massive spike in the department's size over the last few years, DOE has operated with over 12,000 employees and over 100,000 contractors that extends across a massive network of labs and other facilities. These world-class capabilities can manage a focus on our most critical electric supply chain issues. This bill helps focus DOE on our electric supply chain, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. And are there others? The gentlelady from Washington, I think, had her hand up first. To strike the last word to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word to strongly support Representative McClellan's amendment because this addition for Department of Energy staffing is just plain common sense. Frankly, given the chainsaw that this administration has taken to the Department of Energy, there's this level of cognitive dissonance here that's incredibly frustrating. Giving them more work, but taking away the employees. And we both agree, I think we all agree, that a study on supply chain issues is critical when it comes to enhancing our grid, and that's a really good thing. And we've all heard from the utilities in every one of our districts about dangerously low inventories of transformers, for example. The vulnerabilities in our supply chain have significantly increased lead times in the past few years, and frankly, are becoming a national security issue. But what troubles me is the crickets that I am hearing from the other side of the aisle when the administration does things like cut in half the staff at the office of the Department of Energy that's charged with manufacturing and supply chains, or when the administration doubles down on the chaotic tariff rollout on steel, the same steel that we need to make these grid components. So all of this ultimately leads to higher costs and less reliable electricity. So I would say to my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, this amendment is your chance to show that you mean business and you actually want this done. It's an amendment that is simply asking for a thumbs up from Secretary Wright that he's got the workforce and the resources necessary to carry out the Department of Energy's mission and safeguard the country's energy security, including electric supply chains. I want to strongly support this amendment and encourage my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Are there others wishing to speak on the amendment? The gentlelady from New York's 14th District is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think many of my colleagues here are, and including myself, are looking at some of these bills, and there's just genuinely some confusion here. The underlying bill that we are seeing and considering today reads as a common sense proposal. It's asking that we ensure Congress is informed of efforts to strengthen our domestic grid and improve our electric supply chain. That doesn't seem so bad, except the agency that's responsible and the office that would be responsible for doing this has been doged. So I think what we're seeing, I think, is some confusion from the Republican majority of which one is it. All of these offices have been cut, personnel eliminated, because the Republican Party is saying this is wasteful, it is fraudulent, it does not belong, and yet the Republican majority now continues to introduce bills to do things that they have deemed as wasteful. This office has been doged. So it has been cut. Personnel have been eliminated. So why is the Republican majority also introducing legislation and bills trying to add to work to an agency that has been, by and large, eliminated? In this bill itself, the congressman's study in particular would be conducted by the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. The Trump administration has proposed a 75% cut to this office. So what are we doing here? And it's a genuine good faith question. I don't mean this to be a send up. I just want to know, is this wasteful or is it not? And I speak in support of the gentlelady's amendment because her amendment is simply asking us to be honest. And she is asking for clarity from this administration to say, we actually will have the staff and we will certify that we have the resources to do the thing that this bill asks us to do. And so I think what this amendment does is that it's preventing us from saying one thing and doing another, which perhaps is why the majority is opposed to it. But I think it's important, and I think that people deserve clarity. Do Republicans believe that this office is wasteful or not? Because after telling Elon Musk and after telling plenty of people that they're going to go along with Doge, now they're turning around and trying to actually add and reverse all of these efforts that they just cut. So I think we just want some clarity here. Do we believe that this is wasteful or not? Do we want to hire the staff back that was doing this important work or not? If the majority realizes that, gee, maybe all of these cuts weren't a good idea and maybe these people were doing good, honorable, important work as public servants for the American people, I would love for us to have a conversation about reinstating their work, because certainly it seems like there seems to be some buyer's remorse here, and we're happy to accept any reversals in opinions. And with that, I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Hearing none.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. The gentlelady from Colorado. I'm sorry.
maybe strike the last word.
Oh, the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last
I'll
word.
yield to the gentlelady from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of the reason why I'm introducing this amendment is, when I was a state legislator and we introduced a bill that would put any new requirement on any state agency, we would have to get a fiscal impact statement that would outline how many full-time employees do you need, or full-time equivalents do you need to perform these duties. And if the agency didn't have them, we couldn't pass the bill unless we had a budget amendment to fund new employees to conduct the work. And I think as we debated for 26 hours 2 weeks ago, whether or not we were operating efficiently as a government, whether or not we were going to get a hold of the national debt, because states can't print money, and that's why we have to make sure that we fund any new employees necessary to do these new duties. And essentially, that's what this amendment is trying to do, is say, look, before you put new responsibilities on an agency, do you have the capacity to actually do it? And if not, let's be transparent about it, as the gentlewoman from New York says, and figure out, do we need to hire these people back or hire new people? But how can the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains conduct a study when 2/3 of his staff is gone? And yes, the chairman pointed out, well, they're contractors and all of these partners, but a lot of contracts are being cut. And a lot of the research and duties that the federal government has given to private or nonprofit or government partners are being cut, either in the reconciliation bill, in the rescission bill, or the new budget that we're about to debate. And I think one of my biggest frustrations making the transition from state government to federal government is it's just common sense that before you pass a bill, and I get it, you want to pass something to show the American people we're trying to get ahead of meeting our energy needs. We all agree we need to do that. We all agree that we need to make sure there's enough energy on the grid. We all agree that we need to make sure that the supply chain can meet the demands of building and generating new energy. And a lot of this is because of the growth of AI, but AI has not reached the point where it can conduct this study. Maybe one day it is, but until it is, we need people. We need people to do the work that we keep imposing on these agencies. And at some point, we've got to be responsible and step back and say, before we add new responsibilities, can we make sure we have the people that can actually do it? And that's what this amendment is intended to. There were amendments to the Support Act to do the same thing. And it's kind of delusional to just ignore what is happening in the executive branch and what is happening with the appropriators and say, we're just going to move forward and put all these new responsibilities on an agency that doesn't have the capacity to do it anyway. And I don't think that's what the American people sent us here to do. They sent us here to be responsible and transparent. And with that, I yield.
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Is there, and the gentleman from New Jersey, strike the last word for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak in support of my colleague's amendment and the comments that have been made by Democratic members of the committee in terms of the reality as it exists at the executive branch and all the cuts that DOJ has made and what we're trying to do here. And the thing that I think is important is I don't understand why we should take House Republicans' word that the Department of Energy has the staffing capacity to do this. The amendment simply states that the Secretary of Energy, Trump's appointee, would make this certification. And I think that person is better positioned to make an assurance that he has the appropriate staffing needed to do the work that you're asking to be conducted by various federal agencies. So I think it's an easy yes on this amendment. And the Secretary of Energy, if he believes that he does have the staffing capabilities, can certify so, and the bill would take full force and effect. I don't think we should be doing so before we have that assurance. This is two branches of government working together, and that's why the amendment makes so much sense, and we should all be in support of it. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, a roll call has been requested. All in favor, or those in favor of signify by saying aye, those opposed nay, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta. Chairman Latta votes no. Ms. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no.
Their clerk will report the result of the roll call.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 15 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3638. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. And a roll call, nope, a roll call vote is not called on this. All those in favor will respond by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. Chair calls up H.R. 3157 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3157, a bill to amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes
Chair.
to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we are considering a common sense and forward-looking proposal, H.R. 3157, the State Energy Accountability Act, which ensures that our pursuit of clean energy does not come at the expense of reliability, affordability, and national security. The State Energy Accountability Act would amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act, PURPA, to add a new standard requiring state utility regulators to conduct and publish evaluations of the impact of their intermittent energy mandates. These evaluations must assess long-term resource adequacy, the ability to meet demand during extreme weather or peak load, ratepayer impacts, and whether retiring base load plants can realistically be replaced by resources that the state is requiring. And critically, these evaluations must be made public. Transparency isn't just good policy. It's the least that we owe the working families and small businesses who are footing the bill when the lights go out or utility bills go up. Let's be clear, this bill doesn't block or ban renewable energy. What it does is simple and necessary. It requires transparency and accountability from states that mandate the use of intermittent energy sources. If a state is going to require a certain percentage of electricity come from solar, wind, or other intermittent sources, then the state's regulators ought to be able to show the American taxpayers how those mandates will affect grid reliability, utility rates, and emergency preparedness over the next decade. Too often, policies are adopted in pursuit of unrealistic climate goals without fully evaluating their downstream effects, especially on the bulk power system. In my home state of New York, the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, or CLCPA, is a case study in what happens when ambition and ideology ignores practical reality. It sets some of the most aggressive climate goals in the country. 100% zero-emission electricity by 2024, a net zero emissions economy-wide by 2050. But here's the problem. There's no clear or credible roadmap to get there without compromising grid reliability and affordability for millions of New Yorkers. And consequences are already showing. Report after report from New York State's ISO make it clear. The phase-out of reliable baseload resources like natural gas is outstripping the build-out of any viable replacement. And on its current trajectory, New York is heading straight for a serious capacity shortfall, especially during winter peaks or extreme weather. And this is a life-threatening situation. And then there's a cost. New York's own Climate Action Council has acknowledged the implementation could run into the hundreds of billions of dollars. This is an economic burden that is already landing on the backs of working families, small businesses, and seniors in our state, while reliable baseload resources like natural gas are being phased out faster than any viable replacement can come online. Now, unfortunately, New York is not alone in this crisis. California, with its own aggressive clean energy mandates, has faced recurring blackouts, soaring rates, and has even had to fire up natural gas peaker plants during heat waves just to keep the lights on. Americans deserve better. Americans deserve more transparency. They deserve to know how these policies affect their energy bills, the reliability of their power, and the resilience of the grid. And that's why the State Energy Accountability Act is so important. It doesn't ban renewable energy. It simply says, if you're going to mandate it, you owe constituents and taxpayers the truth. So I urge my colleagues to stand up for reliability and affordability and support this measure today. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the bill? Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, are there amendments to the bill? No, seeing no amendments. If there's no further discussion, do you want a roll call? Voice vote. We'll have a voice vote on this. All of those in favor of passage of the bill will signify by saying aye, and those nay. Up to all those aye. Aye. All those no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 3628 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3628, a bill to amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized? For what purposes does the gentleman from Colorado wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm proud to speak in strong support of my bill, the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act. This critical bill will help incentivize better energy policy across the nation and in states like Colorado that can lower the financial burden my constituents are facing by encouraging states to consider implementing policy that focuses on long-term energy reliability and therefore encouraging and positively impacting affordability for ratepayers. My constituents from Colorado's 8th Congressional District sent me to Congress with a mission: to fight for common sense policies that will help lower their cost of living and enable them to pursue the American dream. For so many in my community, that begins and ends with energy affordability, which goes hand in hand with energy reliability. Unfortunately, Coloradans are paying 24% more in electric costs than they were just 4 years ago. In my district alone, which is 40% Hispanic, nearly 90% of Latino families saw a rate increase in just the last year. Make no mistake, this is a direct result of red tape and overregulation by the state of Colorado and our Public Utilities Commission. Our legislature, governor, and Public Utility Commission continue to pursue reckless energy policies that send our state careening towards an uncertain future. For example, more than 10% of all dispatchable power retirement in the nation this year will take place in Colorado. And our state Public Utility Commission recently approved the first statewide mandated electrification plan in the nation, in a state where 80% of ratepayers say they still support voluntary action over mandates. When replicated nationwide, these policies don't just threaten Americans' economic prosperity, they imperil American greatness and innovation itself. If America is to lead the rest of the world in the next generation of history-defining technology, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing, then energy reliability is non-negotiable. As the United States continues to make rapid advancements in these fields and as companies continue to invest in domestic workforces and supply chains, our national energy needs will only go up. In fact, in my district, my local electric provider has projected energy demand to increase by 3 times over the next 10 years, and that's after already doubling in the last 10 years. Simply put, if states like Colorado want to meet energy reliability demands and lower costs for working families, the answer is more power, not less. Sweeping electrification mandates and arbitrary Green New Deal deadlines that retire crucial baseload dispatchable power simply doesn't cut it. At both the state and the federal level, policymakers must adopt approaches that leverage every avenue available to achieve an energy ecosystem that is safe, affordable, and reliable. That's why the State Planning for Reliability and Affordability Act is so important. It clearly takes a light touch to regulating and incentivizing entities like the Colorado Public Utilities Commission to consider long-term reliability requirements that bolster and support American innovation, keeps the light on rain or shine, and helps reduce utility bills for the middle class. That way, when weighing policies that will impact energy reliability, these entities have to take in that thoughtful stakeholder feedback that impacts the reliability before making their decision. My district knows energy better than just about any other community. From producers that generate the vast majority of oil and natural gas in Colorado to cutting-edge battery storage, wind, and solar projects, my constituents are ready to get to work to answer the nation's call for more power to improve reliability and affordability. They just need their state policymakers to get on board. This bill helps to accomplish that, which is why I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Thank you, and yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to the chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can see why my
5 minutes.
colleague from the HCD would not want to yield to me. I just wanted to ask him a question, and the question I wanted to ask him, because he was implying through his statement on this legislation that his bill would require states like Colorado to amend their energy plans to include include fossil fuels and other types of fuels. But what I was going to ask him was, as I read this summary of the bill, it says state public utility commissions should consider mandating within 2 years that the utilities include in their integrated resources plans measures to procure non-intermittent electricity for their needs. But the question I was going to ask him was, since Colorado has already adopted its plan, it would seem to me that this bill would not make any, would not have any effect on Colorado's plan or the plan of any other state that has adopted a plan. And maybe I'm wrong, but I can see why he wouldn't want to answer that question. But the implication of this bill is somehow that renewable energy is necessarily more expensive and less reliable than fossil fuels. And I don't think that states like Colorado and other states have determined that. What this bill is intended to do, I think, although questionable whether it would do it, is to push utilities away from renewable energy sources in favor of fossil fuels under the guise of reliability. But you know, I think that that's a false premise, because I want to talk about a couple of different scenarios that we've seen recently. The power outages during the Texas winter storms in 2021, when Governor Abbott wrongly blamed wind and solar power for the state's massive grid failure, but renewables outperformed grid operator forecasts during 90% of the blackout, and in the rest fell short by at most 1/15 as much as gas plants. And FERC, in fact, said, and I remember actually this committee, Ranking Member Castor will remember the hearings that we had after the Texas blackouts, and it was because of inadequately weatherized power plants and natural gas shutting down because it got so cold in Texas. And there are many other examples like that. In Colorado, we have already codified our plan, and at least in my district, Xcel Energy has implemented a plan which they have decided will get them to affordable, reliable, renewable energy by 2030. And I don't know if my colleague from the HCD has been over to the Xcel Energy trading floor in downtown Denver. You've been there? It's a thing to behold, to see how Xcel Energy works on their energy mix, both renewables but also fossil fuels, to shuttle it back and forth to make sure that we're using the most cost-effective and solid energy sources day to day. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, I've several times invited this committee to come. I think it'd be a great field trip for this committee to come and see the Xcel trading floor, but also to see NRAL and some of the other really valuable energy agencies that we have in Colorado, because we're really proud of it. And so I guess I just don't see why we should enact a law like this, which doesn't even really do anything because it doesn't mandate it, which I guess is good, but also seems to infer that renewable energy is a problem, because I think it's working in Colorado and I think it's working in many other states. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and the gentleman from Texas' 11th District is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in quick response here, I think the gentlelady is perhaps unclear about what the bill does. The bill is talking about the reliability of all of the above energy sources. And so if energy is reliable, then it's not impacted by this bill. And as we talk about the planning that's occurred in Colorado, I think it's important to note a couple of things that have already been brought up, which are that costs have gone up by 24% in the last few years in Colorado. Colorado is responsible for 10% of the base load generation that is slated to retire in the nation, despite only producing 1.2% of the power in the nation, and that there are estimates that actually show that the path that Colorado is on lead to a 137 megawatt shortage in electricity on the grid by 2030. And so when it comes to making sure that we have sufficient reliability on our grid, legislation like this, which is tech neutral and merely focuses on the reliability, is critically important to make sure that we keep the reliability and the affordability of the grid available to the ratepayers. Thank you.
Will the gentleman from Texas yield?
30 seconds to the gentlelady from Colorado.
Thank you. Well, I thank you very much. At least you'll yield to me. I just wanted to ask my colleague from Colorado, if costs went up, as he says, and if Colorado has already adopted his plan, how would this specific bill impact that?
Yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you. This bill focuses on, again, the reliability, because unfortunately in Colorado, as we've discussed, the emphasis is on things like first-in-the-nation electrical mandates and moving in a direction that prevents all of the above energy options being afforded to the rate consumers, and mandating things like electrification and no other forms of energy sources being available. And unfortunately, that's not a reliable form of energy. And when you don't have that reliability, then the affordability component suffers, again, leading to that 24% increase to ratepayers. And yield back.
Yield back.
And the gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from New York's 14th District is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report. Do you have the number?
Yes, it's AMD HR 362801.
Amendment to HR 3628, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Page 3, line 19.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I think to continue the robust discussion that was just happening, you know, there's a lot of conversation here about reliable and implementing reliability in the energy grid as the guise for this bill. But curiously, the standards that the gentleman lays down for what is reliable are only met by oil, gas, and coal. This is an oil, gas, and coal bill. This is a fossil fuel industry bill. And I will say, since the gentleman invoked having a 40% Hispanic and Latino district, I would be remiss without saying this bill would devastate the reliability of the energy grid for Puerto Ricans in the United States. In Puerto Rico, gas and oil infrastructure is some of the least reliable. Luma, which relies on coal, oil, and gas, is repeatedly putting millions of Puerto Ricans at risk. And we have seen that not every place in the country is one size fits all, genuinely. Solar is a place where Latino communities, either in Puerto Rico or across the Sun Belt in the United States, rely on solar to allow them to have more reliable energy resources and energy than the fossil fuel infrastructure around them has. And when we only define reliable as oil, gas, or coal, we really shut off our ability for people to have resilient and reliable energy through natural disasters. This bill completely ignores the fact that modern grid solutions such as battery storage or building strategic transmission lines or managing energy demand can lead to a more reliable grid faster and for less money. I want us to talk about battery storage in particular, which this bill as written would exclude. As I said earlier, virtually all current battery technologies are unable to operate continuously by the narrow lines as laid out by this bill. Therefore, batteries are de facto excluded from this bill's definition of reliable generation. When battery storage in and of itself is one of the most promising technologies that we have to make our grid more reliable. That means that this bill ignores the fact that solar and battery storage, not fossil fuels, have been proven to be more resilient to severe weather events in places like Puerto Rico. And I can tell you, one of your own colleagues, Jennifer Gonzalez, who's now the governor of Puerto Rico, is moving towards increasing fossil fuel reliance, and we have seen a 7-fold increase in the projected blackouts on the island this summer. This bill ignores the fact that clean energy and battery storage can deploy more reliably. Clean energy and storage, which currently makes up 95% of the energy projects looking to interconnect to our grid, take an average of 20 to 30 months to develop, whereas gas plants can take over 5 years. For this reason, I am introducing an amendment requiring that states also consider investments in large-scale battery storage systems for the purpose of grid reliability. It's not taking away fossil fuels, but it's saying that we can't only have extreme and narrow definitions of fossil fuels as the only source of reliability. Encouraging investment in battery storage will not only help make our grid more reliable, it will encourage investment in domestic manufacturing and supply chains for critical minerals, transformers, and batteries, and a whole host of upstream products and components that I know my Republican colleagues support. And for this reason, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there, the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the gentlelady for her comments, specifically the comments that truly do highlight the all-of-the-above policies that were contained in this piece of proposed legislation. And just want to state for the record, as we continue this robust dialogue here, that NERC has identified aggressive state policies as the greatest risk to long-term reliability. So making sure that there are appropriate planning considerations around state policies in the reliability space when we're looking at the energy grid are entirely and completely appropriate, again, using that all-of-the-above lens for energy. The amendment that has just been offered by the gentlelady would include an additional requirement under Section 111D for states to consider the inclusion of sufficient battery storage systems as part of their supply-side resource planning. States would be required to consider factors such as cost effectiveness, reliability, and resilience, and the security of the system. And again, as a supporter of all of the above energy, I don't oppose the concept of the amendment and would be willing to work with my colleague on incorporating battery storage into the underlying legislation. However, we do need some more time to conduct due diligence and review to ensure that the proposed amendment does not undermine, result in unintended consequences toward, or negative interaction with the underlying policy of the legislation. And so I would ask if my colleague would consider withdrawing the amendment and working with us before a full committee markup.
I believe my amendment is quite straightforward, so I will not be withdrawing it, but I look forward to, I think you can take a look at it right here. I'm happy to provide the language of it. It's quite easy to put forward. I wouldn't withdraw it. I'm not prepared to withdraw it at this moment, but I'm happy to continue these conversations with you.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that. Again, having been a legislator at the state level before, familiar with how oftentimes even straightforward amendments can have unintended second, third, and fourth order effects. And so, unfortunately, right now, I can't support the amendment without further consideration and would therefore urge my colleagues to oppose. And yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word and speak to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I support this amendment. I just want to say a little bit about how the real world is working right now. I've heard from the other side of the aisle a lot about the need for natural gas power to meet demand, as if it's the only way to meet demand, and how this quote, unquote, intermittent generation is harming reliability. But that's not how utilities actually are meeting demand, especially in my home state of California. Natural gas and peaker plants can be critical, and they are critical, for meeting peak demand on the hottest days, at the most critical hours when people are getting ready for work or coming home at the end of the day, or when the sun isn't shining or the wind isn't blowing. But the fact is that clean energy like wind, solar, and storage is leading the charge to meet demand all day long. Yes. And is getting even better at meeting demand during peak hours. And this is especially true when we can build a better grid, better utilize storage, as this amendment addresses, and better utilize efficiency. Instead of moving our grid into the system into the future, and where costs continue to go down, and our system is more reliable and has more energy, the majority is really insistent on holding us back for really ideological reasons. Why do I say it's ideological? The gentleman before on the other side identified 2,600 gigawatts of power that wants to be built. NERC has identified. That's 2,600 nuclear power plants. 90 to 95% of that is non-emitting. It's available in short order, in a year or two, as opposed to the 5 year it takes to put a gas power online. And that quantity is absolutely critical for us meeting the demand we're all talking about having to see. The second place I just refer you to is the real leader in energy, I think, in the United States and around the world, is Texas. What's Texas doing with renewables? It's building more solar than anybody else. Not because the federal government's telling them to do that, because they know that solar power is a huge component of meeting the quantity of demand of a growing state like Texas. So let's take it from Texas. And let's take it from places that have figured this out. When we're really talking about building a quantity, it is all of the above. It's not just oil and gas. Oil and gas is critical in these peaker plants and for making sure that we have reliability, but that does not imply that it's cheaper to build out natural gas alone than everything else, or that we can do without all the quantity of these many gigawatts, thousands of gigawatts of power that will come from renewables, including solar, wind, geothermal, and storage. And I yield back. I yield to the gentlelady from New York.
Thank you. And, I think speaking of unintended consequences, what this amendment is highlighting is are the unintended consequences of the bill as presently written. The 30-day provision explicitly makes this not in all of the above energy bill. It only allows oil, gas, and coal to meet the standards as presently written. This bill, as written, also has unintended consequences for some of the most vulnerable and energy vulnerable Americans in the United States. Puerto Ricans pay the highest energy rates other than Hawaii, and people often go weeks, if not months, without power due to outages. And as written, the bill has unintended consequences. This amendment simply asks that states also consider investments in large-scale battery storage systems for the purpose of grid reliability. And I would urge all of my colleagues to consider the fact that given the possibility of unintended consequences in any piece of legislation, I believe that that we are mitigating risk here with this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Ms. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Ms. Miller-Meeks? Mr. James? Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. Deget? Aye. Ms. Deget votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta? Chairman Latta votes no.
Are there any other members who did not answer the call want to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the result of the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 15 ayes, pardon. Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 13 ayes and 15 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to do it now.
We're going to have a voice vote on the bill.
We'll do it right now. Are there any other amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3628 as amended. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'd like to welcome to the Energy Subcommittee a group of scuba nauts, students from Florida who are interested in careers in marine sciences. I'm so sorry I couldn't meet with you in my office. But welcome to this committee where we're debating energy policy for the country, and I'm really excited to welcome you to the committee. Thank you for being here.
Welcome. The chair now calls up H.R. 3657, asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3657, a bill to amend the Federal Power Act to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to annually submit to Congress.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Washington for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as a member from the Pacific Northwest, where hydropower makes up the majority of our energy mix, I am very proud to lead this effort to enhance transparency and help streamline the relicensing process with my colleague from Idaho, Representative Fulcher. This bill will support maintaining clean, abundant, affordable, non-emitting energy by transparently monitoring the status of the relicensing process for each application to relicense a power generating dam. Every 30 to 50 years, hydropower dams need to relicense their dams with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in order to continue operating a facility. The relicensing process is typically very lengthy and in part for very good reason. You want to make sure they're safe. The public comment period needs to be robust for all parties to weigh in. And frankly, without that input, we risk either danger or potentially devastating environmental consequences on regional ecosystems. However, with relicensing activity set to double in the upcoming decade, and the process still taking on average 7 to 10 years to complete, there are crucial reforms needed to streamline relicensing without compromising that careful consideration. Otherwise, we could risk not having the power we need when we need it. This common sense bipartisan bill takes the first step by enhancing transparency and tracking progress on any given relicensing process for all parties involved. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on comprehensive bipartisan relicensing reform, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on the bill. Hydropower is critical to our nation's energy mix, supplying power to approximately 30 million homes and businesses. While hydropower is well known as a clean energy source in areas like the Pacific Northwest, it is essential in powering communities across the country. Additionally, hydropower accounts for 40% of the nation's start capacity for grid recovery following a major disruption. Following the recent grid events in Spain, the importance of maintaining nearly half of our black start capacity could not be clearer. However, the average age of hydropower facility in the United States is 60 years old. Therefore, hundreds of projects representing approximately 16 megawatts of power will be up for relicensing between now and 2035. Hydropower developers must go through an extensive permitting process in order to relicense ongoing projects. While this process is important for local community and stakeholder engagement, it can also significantly increase the cost and timeline of relicensing these important energy sources. In a 2021 report, FERC found that the average length for the relicensing process was 7 to 10 years. While some of this is due to applications containing greater environmental complexities, it can also be attributed to slow walking by different agencies pulled into the project's review. To increase transparency surrounding the status of hydropower relicensing applications, H.R. 3657 would require an annual report from FERC to Congress detailing the status of projects that have filed a notice of intent to go through the relicensing. This will better inform Congress on the status of applications and highlight obstacles to the efficient permitting and deployment of hydropower projects. I thank the gentlelady from Washington and the gentleman from Idaho for the development on this legislation. It is imperative that projects are relicensed in a timely manner and to ensure clean and reliable hydropower dams remain online for years to come. And I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any further discussion? The gentlelady from California is recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this bill. In Sacramento, we get more than 20% of our electricity from hydropower. The majority of that comes from the Upper American River project. Our local utility, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, otherwise known as SMUD, recently completed the relicensing process for these hydropower facilities. It took nearly 14 years. That simply is not acceptable. We have to do things faster and more efficiently without sacrificing quality, and we can. But we have to be forward-looking. We cannot be doubling down on fossil fuels. Hydropower is essential to meeting our clean energy goals in California and across the country. We can and should reach a bipartisan agreement to reform hydropower licensing. I was disappointed last Congress when we had a bipartisan bill that industry, environmental groups, and tribes had all agreed on, but this committee refused to take it up. Instead, the committee wasted everyone's time with a dead-end, self-serving partisan bill that had no chance of becoming law. So I'm really happy that we're taking a different course this Congress. I support this bill, and I hope it's a start to a serious hydropower reform discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments? Hearing no amendments? Do I have a roll call? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment, question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3657. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 3015 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3015, a bill to reestablish the National Coal Council and the Department of Energy to provide advice and recommendations.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so happy to see H.R. 3015 included today. The National Coal Council was established in 1984 by Ronald Reagan, tasked with assessing government and industry on coal research, production, transportation, marketing, and use. It worked great for over 35 years, produced over 40 reports for the DOE for free. Presidents on both political parties renewed the charter without changing the mission. However, under the Biden administration in November of 2021, the Biden DOE did not renew the council's charter for the first time in almost 40 years. The Biden administration then revamped the committee's mission to align with the Green New Deal, which has been proven not to work. Economic and climate agendas were pursued. Under the Trump administration, however, we signed an executive order titled Reinvigorating America's Beautiful Clean Coal Industry on April 8th of this year. Department of Energy Secretary Wright called for the National Coal Council's reestablishment that very same day. Secretary Wright said the American people need more energy. The Department of Energy is helping to meet this demand by unleashing supply of affordable, reliable, secure energy resources. All one has to do is look back 2 or 3 Christmases ago and realize that the American grid pretty much almost melted down. The coal plants in my district were asked to go to full capacity, and the energy was almost not met. Coal is essential for generation of 24/7 electricity generation that powers America's homes and businesses. But misguided policies from previous administrations have stifled this critical American industry. H.R. 3015 undoes misguided policy of the last administration by reestablishing the National Coal Council in accordance with their charter that it was in effect November 19th of 2021. I urge members to support H.R. 3015 so the National Coal Council can once again cement American energy dominance, increase domestic production, improve conditions for workers, strengthen the industry base, support hundreds of thousands of jobs, and stop the war on clean coal. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion on the bill? The ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from New Jersey, recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, this bill is just a complete waste of time. Republicans want to reestablish the National Coal Council. Well, Secretary Wright reestablished the National Coal Council on April 8th, nearly 2 months ago. You know, congratulations, you got what you wanted. But why on earth are we wasting everyone's time trying to pass this law? I mean, I think it's emblematic of the fact that Republicans are all about meaningless messaging. Republicans put this bill on the markup agenda, but they didn't put Ranking Member Castor's bill expediting Generation Interconnection Procedures Act. Ms. Castor's bill, unlike this bill, would have actually taken action to fix some of the problems that we've heard about this year. And less than 6 months into their majority, Republicans, in my opinion, are out of new ideas. Instead of actually attempting to come to durable bipartisan solutions on policy, we're stuck here debating a bill about an advisory council that has already been reestablished. It makes no sense. I mean, there are serious energy issues that need to be addressed by this subcommittee, finding ways to meet increasing demand for power, making electricity more reliable and cheaper for American families. Or what about reauthorizing pipeline safety, which is nearly 2 years overdue? And instead, we're talking about a coal council that already exists. I just don't understand it. So I'm opposed to this, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from Colorado is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you to the gentleman from Colorado. Just a little response to that. We are doing this because we want this actually cemented so it's permanent. We don't want a new administration to come and get rid of the coal industry and the coal council. But more importantly than that, I want to take note that the opposition party has celebrated industry that has developed brand new coal plants that have been taking place in Germany, India, Russia, and China. We are buying products and we are doing more commerce with those 4 countries that have celebrated new coal plants. So we just want to maintain our coal industry, our coal dominance in America. And with that, I yield my time back to the gentleman from Colorado.
And I yield to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The chair recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentlelady from Florida, for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to this bill. It's another one in the conga line of bills in the package today that will really try to prop up some of the dirty, polluting power sources. And what really has pushed coal out of business is gas. I've watched at home where Tampa Electric Company, they used to have coal-fired power plants. They have over time replaced those coal plants with gas, which is also very expensive. We shouldn't be so reliant in the Sunshine State on gas resources. But I just thought that this would be the moment where we could talk about the huge disconnect going on in the Energy Subcommittee, because we talk about how the Republicans, all of your policy decisions are going to lead to higher electric bills. But there is a bigger picture here, and that is the fact that we are living in a climate crisis. The year 2024 was the hottest year on record. In fact, the 10 hottest years on record have all happened since 2015. I spoke earlier about the fact that my community is rebuilding from the 2 worst hurricanes that came back-to-back within 2 weeks in our history. It's very expensive. The climate crisis is also, it's not just fueling higher electric bills because we have longer, hotter summers. It's fueling all of these higher costs relating to insurance and rebuilding, and just think about what's happening to working people outside with these incredibly, excessively hot days. It all has a cost. So when you all bring bills here that prop up dirty fuel sources to power America, what you're doing is you're asking us, yes, to pay higher electric bills, but you're missing the moment. You are abdicating the moral responsibility that we have to our communities, to our kids, to tackle the heating climate. There are solutions. There are solutions. One was just brought, and you rejected it, and that was simply to incorporate grid storage, all of the exciting work going on with advanced batteries so that we can answer your concern over intermittency of renewable sources. And Representative Peters explained that that's not how utilities are thinking of this today. This package of bills, and this is a good example, throws a wrench, again, into the cleaner, cheaper energy sources that, yes, are going to keep energy bills from spiking. Now you're going to own it. but it also misses the urgency that the Congress should be acting with to tackle the climate crisis. And we have solutions, and instead, you look at our historic clean energy law and you say, oh, look at all the power that is about to come onto the grid. We can't have that because the oil and gas industry and coal industry don't want it. Well, I would offer that it's time to act in the public's interest and not for the special interest anymore. Don't bury your head in the sand. Answer the moral obligation that we have to our kids to ensure a livable future. And now yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments on the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3015, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Aye. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mr. James? Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Ms. Teget? No. Ms. Teget votes no. Ms. Matsui?
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Pallone? No. Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta?
Aye.
Chairman Latta votes aye.
And how's the gentleman from Texas 11th District reported?
Mr. Pfluger is not reported. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes aye.
The clerk will report the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there are 15 ayes and 13 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 3617 and calls the clerk to report.
H.R. 3617, a bill to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act to secure the supply.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to speak favorably for my bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we have an opportunity to advance a transformative vision for our nation's energy future through my Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act. This bill is a bold step toward ensuring the United States leads in energy innovation, security, and independence. The Securing America's Critical Minerals Supply Act redefines critical energy resource to empower the Department of Energy with a clear mandate to secure the supply of minerals essential to our energy sector. This bill could not come at a more crucial time for our country, and I'm thrilled to see that this committee is taking this issue seriously and acting. China currently controls over 80% of global rare earth refining capacity, and Russia has about 44% of the world's uranium enrichment capacity, supplying some of the 35% of U.S. imports for nuclear fuel, according to the Department of Energy. If we are serious about having an all-of-the-above energy approach, we must find a way to produce these critical energy minerals domestically. My bill puts us one step closer to doing that. My legislation directs the DOE to conduct ongoing assessments of supply chain vulnerabilities, develop strategies to strengthen domestic production, and invest in innovative technologies. It equips our nation to counter anti-competitive tactics and human rights abuses in global markets, ensuring America's energy systems are resilient, self-reliant, and humane. This is about unleashing American energy, powering our factories, fueling innovation, and securing our future. The Securing America's Critical Mineral Supply Act is a cornerstone for reshoring manufacturing, reducing dependence on foreign dictators and despots, and building an energy-independent America. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and unleash the full potential of America's energy. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The gentlelady, the ranking member from Florida, is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to H.R. 3617. I think we all agree that critical minerals policy is very important. It's an important topic for this committee. In particular, we have to do more to secure our critical mineral supply chains through a whole combination of domestic production, recycling, and partnerships with our friends and allies across the world. Unfortunately, as with so many other bills today, this legislation fails to meet the moment. It does nothing to strengthen our critical minerals supply chain, nothing to make us more safe, nothing to lower energy costs for working families across the country. And it's really a shallow attempt to demonstrate that maybe the committee is doing something. But one of the things that really disturbs me is you've ignored all of the good bipartisan work that has gone on across the Congress over the past couple of years. For example, the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition with the Chinese Communist Party, we had a whole working group, and Congressman Rob Whitman and I and the whole committee advanced suggestions, recommendations, and I don't see any of that reflected in this legislation. At that committee, we heard from academic researchers, large mining companies, innovative startups, labor leaders, and that culminated in some good bipartisan legislation. We heard repeatedly that one key area in which the U.S. has fallen behind is in processing. China holds the dominant position in processing for many essential minerals, including 65% of the lithium, 74% of cobalt, 42% of copper, and 100% of graphite. And as this committee hopefully learned during the ONI hearing last month, processing is squarely in our jurisdiction. So we need to really hammer out some truly productive, constructive legislation here. But this bill, unfortunately, fails to get there. It proposes to make very minor organizational changes at the Department of Energy, which was an agency that was making significant progress over the past few years. In the past 4 years alone, we saw companies announce more than $120 billion in investments in battery and critical mineral supply chains, from mining to manufacturing to recycling. it kind of goes back to the point that was made by Congresswoman McClellan and Ocasio-Cortez and Schreier and others, that you want to pretend like you're doing something on a topic, but you totally bury your head in the sand to the DOGE cuts, the chainsaw that's been taken to our experts at the agencies. The Trump administration has poked our friends and allies across the world in the eye at a time when we need to be working together to shore up these supply chains. That DOE work was happening through grants, loans, tax credits that were funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IRA. In 2021, the U.S. had enough battery manufacturing capacity to power over 500,000 electric vehicles. As of the beginning of this year, announced battery gigafactories would have powered 10 million EVs. So after ceding ground to China for many years, we were finally starting to win, protecting our industrial base, creating good-paying jobs, strengthening our national security and our energy security. But since January, you're kind of ceding that progress to China. Everything that's happening together is sabotaging these efforts. So I would really, you're not going to fool anyone with a bill like this that is a distraction or a shiny object, because damage is being done right now. And we have to get back to countering China and investing in our industrial base. Congress created the DOE's Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. We've appropriated funds for battery materials processing, manufacturing, recycling, but you've just let it wither on the vine and let the chainsaw approach win the day. And that is not a winning combination for this country. It's not a winning combination for consumers who want lower cost and innovation. I believe this committee can do meaningful work, and we should get back to that. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3617. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 3109 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3109, a bill to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. And I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 3109, the Refiner Act. Over the last several years, the United States refining capacity has shrunk. While some of this capacity loss has been due to external factors, state and sometimes federal, policies have made it more and more difficult to operate within certain jurisdictions. This is not a new problem. Our nation's last major U.S. refinery was built in 1977, nearly 50 years ago, but since then, our refining capacity is running on empty. Not only has this increased the price at the pump during the peak demand seasons, but it also has increased fuel dependency on Asian countries for areas like the West Coast that are supply constrained. This increasing dependence runs counter to the policy goals of this administration and the needs of our country. My legislation, the Researching Efficient Federal Improvements for Necessary Energy Refining, or Refiner Act, will help increase energy refining capacity in the United States. This simple legislation requires the collection of critical information, including identifying factors leading to low refining capacity. With that information, the National Petroleum Council would submit a report to the Secretary of Energy and Congress presenting recommendations to expand refining capacity to ensure an abundance of affordable and reliable energy in the United States. Though I'm disappointed none of my Democrat colleagues join me in introducing the legislation, it's important to note that this bill has historically been supported and passed through this committee on a bipartisan basis. Simply put, we need more refining capacity in this country, and my legislation helps with that effort. And I urge my colleagues to support my legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time. And are there any other members seeking recognition to speak on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3109. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. The chair calls up H.R. 3062 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3062, a bill to establish a more uniform, transparent, and
Without
modern
objection, the
process.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition? North Dakota, I'm sorry, North Dakota seek recognition?
I would like to offer an amendment in the nature of substitute for H.R. 3062.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the aim. Oh, I'm sorry. Would the clerk report?
Would the gentlelady please specify the amendment?
Sure. This amendment is at the desk, and it's titled H3062-SCANS-01.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3062, offered by Ms. Fedorchak. Strike all after the enacting clause.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the Ains.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to speak today in support of one of my legislative and budgetary priorities, the Promoting Cross-Border Energy Infrastructure Act, which is included in this package today. For far too long, energy developers have faced an outdated and unpredictable permitting process that has delayed and even canceled critical infrastructure projects, costing taxpayers millions of dollars and weakening American energy security. Right now, if you want to build a pipeline or a transmission line between the U.S. and Canada or the U.S. and Mexico, you're stuck navigating a patchwork of executive orders, undefined agency processes, and shifting political winds. That's no way to build long-term energy infrastructure and increase revenue. We need a cross-border permitting process that increases revenue, provides certainty, and can't be undone with the stroke of a pen. We all remember the Keystone XL pipeline. One permit approved by President Trump in 2017 and then reversed on day one in the Biden administration. With that single decision, thousands of good-paying jobs were lost, many in my state of North Dakota. Keystone XL was set to carry 100,000 barrels of Bakken oil per day. That would have meant real opportunity for North Dakota communities, more jobs, more tax revenue, and more energy produced right here at home and transported by pipelines, not rail or truck. This legislation will help fix this problem. It requires congressional approval to reverse a cross-border project, no more unilateral decisions based on politics. Instead of relying on presidential permits, we also establish a certificate of crossing, a clear statutory process overseen by FERC for oil and gas and DOE for electricity. It puts experts in charge of reviewing these projects. It sets firm timelines and provides the regulatory certainty developers need to invest, hire, and build. We're trying to modernize an outdated system that doesn't reflect the complexity or importance of today's energy networks. This legislation strengthens America's role as a global energy leader. It supports job creation, economic growth, and the reliable, affordable energy that families, farmers, and businesses across this country depend on. I urge my colleagues to support this provision and stand with American energy and American workers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion on the Ains? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Speak on the Ains.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you. I believe my colleague from North Dakota just mentioned that the purpose of this bill is to ensure that we don't make unilateral decisions based on politics. But I think that's what we've done, or what the majority has done this entire Congress, and what this administration has done with respect to offshore wind projects throughout the country, with respect to tax credits for clean renewable energy. So if the purpose of this bill is to make sure that any administration or any party isn't making unilateral decisions based on politics, then I would expect the majority to be opposed to what the administration is doing when they unwind things that the previous administration has done that is based solely on politics. And what I think so many of us here on this side are looking for is consistency from the majority party, which so far on this hearing and this entire Congress, they have failed to do. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? The gentleman from Texas 33rd District is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled AMD HR 3062.
Could the gentleman please repeat the amendment?
It is AMD underscore HR 3062 underscore 35.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR
The clerk will report the
30.
amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 3062, offered by Mr. Vesey. Page 5, after line 7.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment is very simple. All it does is clarify that nothing in the bill impacts the scope of any environmental review required under NEPA for a cross-border energy project. This amendment, as you know, was passed by the House on a voice vote in 2017 when it was offered by Gene Green, a former member of this committee from Houston. And at the time when it was offered, not even our dear friend Mark Wayne Mullen, that's now in the Senate, had anything negative to say about this amendment. Now understand that there are Republicans that will say it's unnecessary and that nothing in the underlying bill impacts the scope of environmental reviews. But the question then becomes, why do they remove this language from a bill that passed in a bipartisan manner literally just a few years ago? I wholeheartedly believe we can find a bipartisan, durable permitting reform avenue, but we have to start somewhere. I'm a huge believer that we can do something about permitting reform. I also think that it can start here, and with a simple amendment to ensure we're not shortcutting important environmental protections. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Dakota.
Thank you.
What purpose does gentlelady seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you. And with all due respect to my colleague from Texas, I would like to speak in opposition to this amendment. This amendment is unnecessary and duplicative. The underlying legislation does not change any environmental law that agencies must follow in issuing certificates for cross-border electric transmission or oil and gas facilities. Let me be abundantly clear. The underlying legislation does nothing to alter the environmental review of these projects. This amendment is simply a messaging exercise and does not functionally change the underlying legislation, so I urge a no on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. A roll call vote has been requested on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak. Ms. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Ms. Auchincloss. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta.
No.
Chairman Latta votes no.
The clerk will report. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do we have some members that have not reported?
Mr. Weber is not recorded.
And the
Mr. Weber votes no.
gentleman from Georgia?
Mr. Allen is not recorded.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Pfluger is not recorded. Mr. Pfluger votes no.
Everybody? Are there any other members wishing to be recorded? Hearing none, the clerk will report the result of the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 12 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Hearing none, the vote now will occur on the Ains. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Ains is agreed to. Is there any further discussion? Question now calls on adopting H.R. 3062 as amended. And a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber? Yes. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Ms. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor? Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta?
Aye.
Chairman Latta votes aye.
Are there, and then how's the gentle lady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, recorded?
Ms. Castor is not recorded. Ms. Castor votes no.
And the gentle lady from New York's 14th district?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is not recorded. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no.
Everybody?
Ms. McClellan is not recorded. Ms. McClellan votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 16 ayes and 13 noes.
Thank you very much. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 1949 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1949, a bill to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas. Be it
Without objection, the
enacted.
first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? And for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas 11th District seek recognition?
To speak in favor of the bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 1949, Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, is common sense. And when you look at Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act, it requires that natural gas exports to countries that have a free trade agreement with the United States be approved without delay. And for countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the U.S., the Energy Secretary is required to approve export requests unless they find that such exports will not be consistent with the public interest. Therefore, the Natural Gas Act includes a rebuttal presumption in favor of authorizing U.S. LNG exports. In early 2024, after succumbing to political pressure from environmental activists, the previous administration announced a ban on issuing export permits to non-FTA countries while it reviewed the climate impacts of U.S. LNG. And during this ban, America's energy dominance took a major hit. Russia overtook the U.S. as the lead gas supplier to Europe. Long-term American contracts were not only jeopardized, but they were actually damaged, some of them irreparably. And global buyers were forced to look towards less clean sources. Thankfully, the Trump administration quickly reversed this ban, and just last week, DOE issued its first LNG export approval. My legislation is simple. The Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act would ensure that a ban is never placed on U.S. LNG exports again. By removing DOE from the process, export restrictions would be repealed, and LNG exports would have equal treatment with other commodities. LNG exports unequivocally benefit our economy, domestic prices, our security, and partners and allies around the world that want our product. Congress needs to act to remove the politics from these exports, just as this committee did when it lifted the crude oil export ban in 2015. The IEA expects global gas demand to reach record highs in the coming years, underscoring the need for new LNG supply. And it must be the United States, not Iran, not Russia, not any other adversary who meets this demand and supplies affordable, clean, and abundant LNG to the world. I urge my colleagues to support this very common sense legislation and to vote in favor of H.R. 1949. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the bill? The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled AMD_HR 1949_31.
And the clerk will report now, reserve a point of order.
Amendment to H.R. 1949 offered by Mr. Pallone. At the end, the following. Section 3, fighting corruption. This act and the amendments made by this act.
I'm sorry. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is straightforward. It says that the bill cannot go into effect until the Department of Energy Inspector General submits a report on the risk of corruption and pay-to-play politics that would arise were the Department of Energy to charge a $1 million fee to instantly declare any export of LNG in the public interest. Now, I understand that the $1 million fee is in the Republican big ugly bill, and that this legislation today would just get rid of the public interest requirement. But the point is that that the department obviously could, under the reconciliation bill, charge that $1 million fee. And, to me, this is the ultimate in pay to play. The reconciliation bill was passed in the dead of night. We were in this room, everyone knows, for over 24 hours debating. And that bill says, as long as you pay $1 million, your application, and I quote, shall be deemed to be in the public interest, and such an application shall be granted without modification or delay. And that's a direct quote from the bill that I actually cited that night. And I just think this is crazy. If you want to export unlimited amounts of LNG to China to help them power AI data centers, but are worried that the Department of Energy won't declare that in the public interest, well, you just pay $1 million. Of course, the gentleman's bill here goes even further and says we're not even going to look at the public interest. The reconciliation bill says that the fee, the paying of the $1 million, satisfies the public interest. In any case, the whole purpose of both the legislation and the reconciliation bill is to get rid of the public interest requirement. And I've never seen anything like this. There's no longer any public interest review. And, it really gets bad when you apply this to the LNG exports. As Republicans are trying to make it clear in their bill before us today, their preferred energy policy is one where we build fleets of new gas turbines to meet all future power demands, but they also want to send unlimited amounts of natural gas overseas so our competitors can use the gas. And that's, in my opinion, a disastrous recipe to make electricity prices skyrocket. And the Republicans want to let big oil and gas pay the Department of Energy $1 million to make it turn its head the other way, or just not have it at all. So as I said before that night and now, the strategy here is so craven. They're trying to move the bills before us today, whether through reconciliation or through this bill. And I think there's a real possibility of corruption with the $1 million fee in reconciliation. But there's also the real possibility now that there's no analysis at all of the public interest. And all of that is in order to export more gas, which we've had testimony before the subcommittee on several occasions now, say is going to increase the price for Americans. And for all these reasons, I oppose not only this bill, but also the very idea that the public interest should just be ignored, or you should pay to get rid of your problem with the public interest. If you want to fight back against pay to play, you should support my amendment before it's too late, and Republicans have completely sold off the public interest. So I urge support, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Texas 33rd District is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my biggest concern with this, and I hope that the gentleman, my friend from West Texas, will have a chance to talk a little bit about this, but some of the points that the ranking member just brought up, my biggest concern, and I've always been a huge proponent of LNG, obviously it's made a huge difference in helping Ukraine push back against Russia's unlawful invasion, and also help the rest of Europe during the time that they find themselves in during this unlawful invasion. But the part that worries me about the safeguards to prevent the LNG from going to these foreign entities of concern is, yesterday the president issued a travel ban that I don't agree with, but one of those countries that was mentioned in the travel ban was Iran, and I'm trying to figure out why we wouldn't put in safeguards to stop LNG from going to someplace like Iran, and why there's nothing in the bill to address, or this amendment to address any of that. So that's the biggest concern that I have. Like I said, a big proponent of LNG, but don't understand why we would rush to allow entities of concern to have American LNG. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Just to clear up the point, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has nothing to do
Gentleman is
with
recognized for 5 minutes.
thank you.
Last word.
Just breaking protocol. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, for my colleague from Texas, I mean, this bill is very specific on countries of concern, entities of concern, which goes back to statute and has countries like Iran and other countries that we would be concerned about as excluded. But when we're talking about non-free trade agreement countries, there's only a handful of free trade agreement countries in general. Most of our NATO allies, in fact, over 80% of them are not free trade agreement countries. So I just want to make that point that it is assumed, and that statute, we're not disregarding, there's no disregarding of any sort of public interest. Statute is very clear that it's assumed that it's in the public interest, which we've done for all other commodities as well. And just getting to the point of efficiencies, we probably wouldn't be here had we not had a politically motivated banning and exclusion on exporting LNG in the previous administration. But we are here, and we want to make sure that we can not ever get to this point again. And to the point of higher prices, that is not true, and we have had multiple people who have testified in front of this committee who have talked about the supply and demand forces of LNG, and whether it's produced in the Marcellus or the Permian or the Bakken, different production areas, we know that those supply and demand forces actually will lower prices, which many studies have showed us, and those folks have testified in front of this committee. But this amendment has nothing to do with the substance of H.R. 1949. And H.R. 1949 repeals the restrictions and prevents the political causation that we saw. But FERC will continue reviewing and authorizing LNG export applications pursuant to Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act. So those are the facts. And not only that, but it goes through a rigorous review process, including an environmental process as well. So I don't see that, really don't even know that this amendment is germane to this bill, to be honest, Mr. Chairman, but I'll let you make that decision. I urge a no vote on this amendment and yield back.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? No further discussion on the amendment. A roll call has been requested on the amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Allen. No. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Aye. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta?
No.
Chairman Latta votes no.
And we have members wishing to respond to the roll. The gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Do we have other members wishing to respond? The gentleman, the vice chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Weber votes no.
The gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. James votes no.
Any other members wishing to respond to the roll? Hearing none, the clerk will report the result.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 12 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose is the gentleman from California's 15th District seek
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled AMD_HR 1949_12.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HR 1949, offered by Mr. Mullen. Strike page 1.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, before American companies can export liquefied natural gas, the Department of Energy has to find that those exports are in the public's interest. But this bill would completely eliminate that requirement. My amendment is simple. It would restore the public interest determination for exports to China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and any other sanctioned nation. We've heard time and again in this subcommittee that we are in an AI race with China. But one of the most important elements of that race is the ability to power the data centers used to train and use AI. So if it's strategically important for us to beat China in this race, why would we send fuel to China or another competitor for electricity, especially without first checking if it's in the public's interest? I am not a fan of unlimited LNG exports no matter where in the world they go, because it'll make energy bills more expensive for everyday Americans. But I understand my Republican friends have the majority and a different perspective, so I'm hoping we can settle on a bipartisan compromise, making sure we examine whether it's in the public's interest to send American LNG to foreign competitors. And by the way, this isn't a hypothetical concern. China is the world's largest importer of LNG, and natural gas is powering their entire economy. American and Chinese companies have signed over 20 long-term contracts since 2018 for LNG supply, many of them set to run for 20 years or longer. We can't be blind to the strategic risks here, and I believe my amendment will help make sure that we aren't. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas' 11th District, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and definitely agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that we need to be judicious on the countries that we are dealing with. The underlying text of this bill still maintains countries that are sanctioned, those that sponsor terrorism, those that are in some sort of nefarious state. So I think this amendment is duplicative, again, because the assumption in underlying statute is that it is in the public interest for us to export LNG. And furthermore, when you look at the production and the benefits of continuing that supply and demand curve, we will continue to power AI centers here in the United States because that is a separate issue that we are working through. But I believe that the text in 1949 on page 3 is pretty specific about the countries that we don't want to be sending LNG to, including North Korea, Russia, Iran, or those that sponsor terrorism. And I'll yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, and I just want to respond because I don't agree with my colleague in some of the underlying assertions about the benefits of exporting LNG. I do think that it is in our interest, and I have been pretty consistent on this committee in explaining that I think it is in our national interest to export LNG. I have various pieces of legislation, including the American Gas for Allies Act, trying to get expedited review of LNG and an assumption that for our NATO allies, for Ukraine, that we should be exporting LNG as quickly as possible and that is in our national interest. But we know that we have expedited permitting for countries that we have free trade agreements with, and there are a lot of countries that fall outside of that realm. I disagree that exporting LNG increases prices here at home, and we have a decade worth of data of Henry Hub spot pricing that says that it does not increase prices here at home. So I don't support this particular amendment for that reason that my colleague articulated, but I do share the concerns that, as I understand it, this legislation removes the determination about whether, removes the review of whether it is in our national interest across the board. And I think that for exactly the reasons that Mr. Pfluger just stated, it may be changing over time, but we need to have a provision to make sure that we aren't exporting to Iran or to countries of concern. And that my understanding of this piece of legislation is that it generally removes that. I do believe it's in the national interest. I think that's what the review should confirm, but I think that extra step of making sure that it's in our national interest is an important safeguard in issuing these LNG export permits and making sure that it's in our national interest. So I just want to flag that issue. I understood from Mr. Pfluger to be saying that that's my understanding the bill may not be right. So I would love to maybe yield to him if he wants to answer that question.
Yeah, no, I am glad to hear that you support the expeditious exporting
Oh, you know I do.
of LNG. But that's important because when you look at page 3, it's very clear. Like this is, I appreciate this amendment, but it's duplicative. It's already being done. Nothing says that the president cannot take that action if it is needed, but the Department of Energy taking that step out and putting it to FERC, allowing them to, with guardrails on the left and right side of it, if it's not an entity, a country of concern that's not sanctioned, that doesn't have a tie to terrorism, then it's assumed it's in the public interest. But that statute is not removed. It still is there. Those guardrails are still there. So I just want to be clear that there's no skipping of steps. It's just an expeditious process.
Can I just ask, though, but what I'm hearing you say is that we're going to remove this determination at the Department of Energy and send it to the president.
Send it to
make
FERC.
that, and send it to FERC to make that determination.
And it's assumed, unless it is a country of concern, Iran, Russia, North Korea, those that are currently on that nefarious list. So it is already there. I think this is a duplicative amendment.
Well, it also occurs to me, and I could tell that my colleagues may also have something to say, and I promised I would be brief, but it does occur to me that in the past, the process has worked to coordinate with the State Department to others, and that has worked at DOE. I agreed with you about concerns about the pause in the last administration and was pretty clear in this committee about that too. But it seems to me that process for coordinating from the Department of Energy at that level and with the State Department and other energies made sense. So I don't know that we need to move that, although I certainly appreciate the concerns about what has happened in the past. So I appreciate your answering my questions. I appreciate you giving me the time to raise that issue. And again, I believe that it is in our national interest to export LNG and believe that the determinations at the DOE on this basis will continue to support that conclusion and that it will not increase prices for consumers here at home.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, ranking member of the subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, if you think of these dirty dozen bills as a conga line today, this is one that's got the kick. After 1, 2, 3 kick, this is one of the biggies that will really so benefit the dirty, polluting energy sources. And so I wanted to offer strong support for the amendment offered by Representative Mullen that this amendment simply would restore the public interest test for exports of LNG from the United States to certain countries like China. And I have a question for council based upon that last exchange, because I think this is very important to have on the record. I understand that FERC would still have to permit LNG facilities, but this bill totally eliminates the public interest test, right?
This bill would maintain FERC's authority currently and makes it the sole permitter of LNG export facilities under Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act, and does remove the public interest determination through DOE.
Does remove the public interest determination.
But does not change the underlying permitting process and NEPA review that these projects
It removes
undergo.
the public interest test.
That DOE
Yes,
currently
DOE.
performs.
So over the past several months, this committee has spent hours debating how to fortify our energy resources to fuel global competition in AI especially, but in manufacturing and electrification too. We want to make sure that it's the United States that wins the AI race, not our competitors like China. So if my Republican colleagues were serious about that competition, then they would agree that we shouldn't be shipping American energy overseas to China to power their AI data centers and manufacturing. China is the largest importer of natural gas, liquefied natural gas in the world. And here's the dirty little secret Republicans don't want you to know. China was a significant importer of U.S. LNG. And we need to shine a spotlight on this. China has signed many long-term LNG contracts with U.S. projects. Some of those projects are now coming online. I noticed my good friend from Texas on the Republican side, every time he gave you the list of Iran, et cetera, China was not included. If all of these projects came online, U.S. LNG would represent up to a quarter of all of China's contracted LNG, up from about 3% last year. And as a member of the House Select Committee on Countering the Chinese Communist Party, at that committee, we've heard over and over again on the dangers of Chinese industrial dominance, how they cheat. But through this bill, members, House Republicans want to make it easier for China to import U.S. energy to power their industrial sector. They also want to cede the next generation of energy technologies to China, as evidenced by the gutting of our clean energy tax credits and all of the initiatives in the billionaire boondoggle bill that they passed in the dark of night a couple weeks ago. It is so hypocritical for Republicans on one hand to condemn Chinese forced labor, massive subsidies, and intellectual property theft, and then on the other to allow massive amounts of U.S. resources to flow to power Chinese factories on the other hand. So just last month, every Republican on this committee voted effectively to overturn the clean energy manufacturing tax credit by shortening the timeline for qualification or imposing unworkable restrictions for eligibility. In doing so, they eliminated a potential for U.S. export markets for solar modules and batteries that could be worth up to $50 billion by 2030. If this stands, then those products are going to be made in other countries like China. The U.S. will be shut out of an enormous and rapidly growing global market for low-carbon technologies. So once again, Republicans want to take us back to the energy policies of the 1970s. It's backwards. It is not a plan for U.S. competition for us to win these races. It's not a recipe for us to dominate the clean energy economy, and it's definitely not a recipe for how to lower cost for the people we represent back home. So I want to thank Mr. Mullen for offering this important amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio's 12th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, I just want to talk to council here and clarify a point because I think it's important. And this is a good discussion, and by no way, shape, or form are we wanting to go backwards in energy policy. In fact, it's just the opposite. We want to go forwards, and we want every energy source to compete in an economically feasible way. But Council, can you answer a question for me when it comes to the underlying language? Because I think there's can you tell me where the underlying language still states that the sanctions list would be maintained?
On page 3 of the legislation, it says nothing in this act limits the authority of the president under the Constitution, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the National Emergencies Act, the Trading with the Enemy Act, Part B of Title II of the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, or any other provision of law that imposes sanctions on a foreign person or foreign government, including any provision of law that prohibits or restricts United States persons from engaging in a transaction with a sanctioned person or government, including a country that is designated as a state sponsor of terrorism, to prohibit imports and/or exports, or just exports.
So if China is sanctioned, does that apply to them?
If China is on the sanctioned list under the legislation, the statutes that are cited in the legislation, the president could exercise that authority to prohibit or restrict imports or exports of LNG.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify something that council said, because she was, my ears perked up at how precisely you answered a question from Ms. Castor about the public interest determination. And so you said that any public interest determination required under any other law would still take place. Did I hear you say that correctly?
I don't believe I said that. What the intent of the statement was that FERC will continue to permit and review these export facilities as authorized under Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act. I'm not familiar with any other public interest determinations that are taken into consideration, but this legislation would not impact legislation that is outside of the Natural Gas Act.
Okay, but I want to completely clarify the way this bill is written and you can look on page 2, lines 9 through 23, there will be no public interest determination for the projects in this bill. Is that correct?
Correct. Projects would be treated similarly to other commodities and be permitted and reviewed by FERC, but there would not be a public interest determination on the export from DOE.
Okay. So the building of the project itself would still have to go through any public interest review to see do we even need this liquid natural gas pipeline or project. You're saying that this bill would only eliminate whether exporting it would be in the public interest.
I didn't quite catch the first part, so correct me if I misunderstood, but
Okay, well, let me reclaim my time. So line 9, it says, FERC shall have the exclusive authority to approve or deny an application for authorization for the siting, construction, expansion, or operation of a facility to export natural gas. And on line 17, that project shall deem the exportation or the importation of natural gas to be consistent with the public interest. So the way I read that, any other review that anybody would have done on the siting, construction, expansion, or operation now is 100% solely to be done by FERC. Is that correct?
correct, which is also consistent with current law.
Okay, but it is only the exportation or importation of natural gas that the deemed to be in the public interest applies to, not the building, construction, et cetera, et cetera. Is that correct?
Correct. The building and construction as cited on line 12 to 13 would not change of FERC permitting and reviewing that infrastructure. FERC would consider the exports to be deemed in the public interest.
Okay, but this bill would assume that FERC would have the expertise to determine whether an export or import from a particular country is consistent with our national security interests as set by the Department of Defense.
It would take the determination out. So that it would assume that public interest criteria is met, which is stated on lines 18 to 19.
So regardless of whether a country is listed in the statute or not, regardless of whether that country has sanctions against them or not, and let's say there is a country that's not listed, that doesn't have sanctions on it, that because of something that happens, the Department of Defense decides it is not in our national security interest to export LNG to this country at this time, given what is happening in this instance, unless the president decides to impose sanctions on that country, FERC can and will ignore the opinion of the Department of Defense.
FERC is responsible for the physical facility being constructed and permitted. It does not decide the public interest of where cargoes go. This legislation would take that
Reclaiming my time, because I don't have enough. This says that FERC shall deem the exportation or importation of natural gas to be consistent with the public interest, period. So if there's a situation where the Department of Defense says this exportation or importation of liquid natural gas to this country is not in our national security interest, too bad. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Are any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Ms. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Miss Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor.
Yes.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. Deget. Ms. Deget votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Pallone.
Yes.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta.
No.
Chairman Latta
Are there
votes no.
Other members wishing to respond? The gentleman from Texas, the vice chair of the subcommittee.
Mr. Weber is not recorded.
Weber votes no.
Mr. Weber votes no.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Chairman Latta, On that vote, there were 12 ayes and 16 noes.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? The gentlelady from Florida, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized.
Move to strike the last word. It's Amendment HR 1949-10.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 1949, offered by Ms. Castor. Add at the end the
And
following.
without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I thought about offering an amendment that renamed the bill the Higher Electric Bills for Americans Act, but instead I'm going to offer this amendment that would prevent the bill from taking effect until the Department of Energy certifies that increased frac gas exports from the U.S. will not increase domestic gas prices. This amendment would simply pause implementation until we know the impact on domestic energy prices. House Republicans already tried to pass this special interest giveaway in the billionaire boondoggle bill in the dead of night. I know why you did it at the dead of night, because this is going to raise electric bills across the country. While we should be taking up legislation that will lower bills and lower the cost of living for Americans. But here we are discussing it again today, and I'm glad we can do it in the light of day to talk about the price spikes that consumers are about to see under Republican policies, and this very interesting issue of Republicans supporting gas exports to our adversary in China. If the government wants to approve new large infrastructure projects or export U.S. resources abroad, it's common sense. They should make sure that those decisions benefit the American people, but this bill removes the important role that the Department of Energy plays in analyzing those decisions. That's not all. Republicans want to go farther. They don't even trust FERC, an independent agency with experienced staff to make decisions on its own. Instead, under this bill, Congress will force FERC to find that all gas exports are in the public interest without doing any due diligence and surrendering any federal government responsibility. Now, one of the responsibilities that the federal government should have is to ensure that LNG exports don't raise costs on working families and business owners. In December of 2024, the Department of Energy released a study that made it clear continuing to approve frac gas exports would raise costs on U.S. households. And in addition to the doubling in natural gas costs that the Energy Information Administration expects to see this year, increased LNG exports raises domestic gas prices, electricity prices, and the prices of manufactured goods. The New York Times reported just yesterday in this article, electricity prices are surging. The GOP mega bill could push them higher. It says the cost of electricity is rising across the country, forcing Americans to pay more on their monthly bills, squeezing manufacturers, and some of Trump's policies are making things worse. Despite his promises to slash energy prices, this week the Senate is taking up the sweeping domestic policy bill already passed in the House. In its current form, that bill would abruptly end most of the Biden-era federal tax credits for low-carbon sources of electricity like wind, solar, batteries, and geothermal. Repealing those credits will increase the average family's energy bill by as much as $400, according to several studies that I offered for the record earlier. So, I also want to offer for the record, Mr. Chairman, don't just take it from me, take it from the industrial energy consumers of America. They wrote to this committee at the end of April and said about this bill, it's anti-consumer and inconsistent with the intent of Congress to deliver affordable and reliable natural gas and electricity. It removes the long-standing natural gas consumer protection that Ms. McClellan was getting to the bottom of, that requires the U.S. Department of Energy to evaluate whether applications to export to non-free trade countries are inconsistent with the public interest. They say, as manufacturers who compete with China and are price-sensitive. Chinese company LNG contracts represent 36% of U.S. LNG operating capacity. We believe U.S. consumers should be a priority over LNG customers. So I'll offer those for the record. And
Without objection, so ordered.
And just go back to the fact that you also cannot ignore what increased frac gas exports mean to a heating climate, given that the large methane and CO2 pollution are emitted during the fracking, pipeline transport, liquefaction, overseas shipping, and combustion process. It endangers communities. It is fueling the higher cost. The climate crisis isn't just about the weather, it's about our wallets. And here we have a chance to take a stand for the wallets of our neighbors back home. We should do so. So I urge you to support my amendment and ultimately vote no on this bill.
The gentleman yields back the balance of her time, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas 11th District for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and prices don't lie, and I'm glad that we're talking about prices because I think it's very important to talk about prices, and I think when you take a historical look at prices, the facts are 100% in favor of natural gas. In fact, just a couple of months ago, we had all 7 independent service operators, ISOs, that testified right here in front of this committee, and every single one of them said that LNG is the most efficient, is the cleanest, and is the best fuel to use. So I agree with my colleague, don't take it from me, take it from them. Take it from the testimony of those that testified. Mr. Chairman, I want to enter a report into the record. It is titled, and I have it digitally, I'll get it to the committee, Impact Analysis of U.S. Natural Gas Exports on Domestic Natural Gas Pricing. It's a 30-page document. I'd like to enter it into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. In that, and in other studies, it shows that bolstering LNG exports actually increases domestic production and it lowers price. Completion of U.S. LNG export terminals has had minimal or no impact on short-term domestic natural gas pricing due to the lengthy construction times as well as unique long-term financing and contracting structure. But in fact, while LNG exports rose by 14 BCF a day between the years 2016 and 2023, the gas production jumped almost double, 31 BCF a day. But despite the total U.S. natural gas consumption almost doubling in that period, the 2023 average natural gas price of $2.54 was the second lowest level in over 35 years. Between 2007 and 2022, U.S. gross natural gas production grew from virtually non-existent volumes to almost 90 billion cubic feet a day. And the increased low-cost supply base of natural gas enabled the U.S. to export more natural gas, more crude oil, and other petroleum products that we imported, that we used to import. Natural gas prices at the Henry Hub have averaged roughly $4.10 for the last 10 years, which is a reduction of 54% compared to the prior decade. So I'm glad that we're talking about prices. I'm glad to know that this subject is important. But again, don't take it from me, take it from those who have testified in front of this committee, the 7 independent service operators who are looking at the mixture of electricity and what is powering electricity every single day. The reason that we are here, the reason we're having this discussion is because the prior administration chose to pick winners and losers. And they picked expensive sources. Let's let these sources compete. Let's let them have it out on what is most efficient, what provides Americans the most affordable solutions. And as they have testified many times, and as the document that I submitted for the record shows, because the prices do not lie, that producing natural gas in the United States not only is 40% cleaner than other countries such as Russia, but it also brings the price down, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, a roll call has been requested on the amendment, and the clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Weber? Nope. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer? No. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor.
Yes.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Schreier.
Aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta.
No.
Chairman Latta votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 11 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
No more amendments.
Hearing none. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1949, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will conduct the roll.
Mr. Weber. Aye. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Aye. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor.
No.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Matsui.
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Pallone. No. Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta.
Aye.
Chairman Latta votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? All right. How's the gentleman from Texas, 33rd District, recorded?
Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes no.
How's the gentlelady from Texas 7th District recorded?
Ms. Fletcher is not recorded. Ms. Fletcher votes no.
Any other members? Hearing none, the clerk will report the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 15 ayes and 13 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3668 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3668, a bill to promote interagency coordination for
And without
reviewing.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, the vice chair of the subcommittee, seek recognition?
I'd like to be recognized to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 3668 brings much-needed transparency and coordination between agencies involved in the permitting of interstate natural gas lines. FERC is the lead agency for permitting and siting natural gas pipelines. This legislation would strengthen FERC's role by requiring schedules, simultaneous reviews, and more enforcement authority to resolve disputes between the agencies. Currently, interstate pipeline project developers face significantly regulatory challenges. In fact, only 5 petroleum liquid pipelines were completed in 2024. Let that sink in. With the only interstate pipeline being a refined product pipeline. In order to meet projected energy demand, it is imperative that Congress take action to build out critical energy infrastructure like pipelines. Despite FERC being given increased authority under Energy Policy Act of 2005, pipeline infrastructure approvals are consistently delayed due to a lack of coordination between agencies throughout the permitting process. Under H.R. 3668, stakeholders would come to the table earlier so they can identify any concerns early on in that process. From there, agencies participating in the permitting process would perform their analysis while complying with the schedules established by FERC. This legislation would also improve public transparency by requiring FERC to publish the schedule for the relevant application and a list of all completed and outstanding actions required by those agencies. Additionally, this legislation would improve the water quality review by moving that responsibility from states to FERC. Instead of an applicant being responsible for receiving a Clean Water Act Section 401 certification from a state, FERC would now incorporate that in its NEPA review. FERC would still consider terms or conditions proposed by the states involved in the process and would include those necessary for compliance with the underlying statute. This legislation maintains a state's authority to raise and remedy legitimate water quality concerns while bringing more predictability to the process. If we want to reduce Americans' energy costs, and I hope we all do, win the AI race against China, again, I hope we all want to do that, and we want to maintain our nation's position as an energy superpower, I hope we all want to do that, it is absolutely critical that we have policies in place to facilitate pipeline build-out. And not in 5 years, not in 10 years, but in the immediate future. This energy and technology battle is going to be won within the next 5 years. Let that sink in. Mr. Chairman, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments?
Mr.
For
Chair,
what purposes, the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk labeled AMD _HR 3668 28.
The clerk will report on the amendment.
29, sorry, 29.
Amendment to H.R. 3668, offered by Ms. McClellan. Page 15, after line 9.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is very similar to one that Ranking Member Pallone had to the previous bill, so I think I know how this is going to go, but it would prevent the bill from taking effect until we fully understand any risk of corruption if FERC charges a $10 million fee for automatic approval of a natural gas pipeline. It also requires the DOE's Inspector General to report to Congress how this policy could threaten the integrity of both DOE and FERC's permitting process. This is a blatant pay-to-play or pay-to-pollute scheme that was adopted as part of the billionaire bonus budget bill a couple of weeks ago. And under that proposal, if any company gives FERC a $10 million check, they get special treatment. FERC must approve applications within a year or they'll be deemed approved anyway. And this doesn't just short-circuit the permitting process, it basically destroys it. Slams the door on judicial review by severely restricting who can even bring a lawsuit. And I would say it flies in the face of anyone who thinks that we should be adopting anti-corruption proposals going forward rather than proposals that encourage or facilitate corruption. And I would say over the past few months, whether it's paying a campaign contribution and then having your son pardoned, whether it is accepting a $4 million plane from a foreign country in violation of the Constitution, or paying $10 million to get automatic approval of a pipeline, this is not what the American people expect of our government that seeks to have transparency, the rule of law, and basic fairness. And so we've seen what happens when pipeline projects are slammed down your throat. In 2023, as part of the debt ceiling deal, the Mountain Valley Pipeline got rubber stamped. This is a project that had bipartisan opposition in Virginia. The pipeline went through Republican areas of the state. They were strongly opposed to it. Their elected representatives on both sides of the aisle were strongly opposed to it because already in the construction of that pipeline, it was doing significant damage to the environment, causing erosion and increased settlement and stream beds. They had been cited for numerous water quality violations. As the pipeline was being constructed, nearby residents observed numerous environmental impacts that included decreased water quality, increased erosion, new flooding patterns, unexpected death of livestock, landslides being triggered, because the plan that Mountain Valley had to construct that pipeline over the particular geography they were trying to do it didn't make sense. And yet, if Mountain Valley Pipeline, if they had just paid $10,000, it would have been approved no matter what, just like it was approved, $10 million. It would have been approved just like it was automatically approved by congressional fiat. And this cuts the public out of the process altogether. And one of the reasons the Mountain Valley Pipeline was so unpopular was because by the time the people who would be impacted found out about it, it was so far down the process, they had no meaningful way to participate. And I just think we should pause and see, how is this pay-to-pollute provision going to play out before we further fast-track pipeline projects? And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The
Mr.
chair
Chairman.
now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, the vice chair of the
I
subcommittee.
move to strike the
5
last
minutes.
word. Thank you, sir. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment. I remember Shakespeare once said about a gentleman, "Me think the gentleman do protesteth too much." I think the gentlelady protesteth too much. This amendment has nothing to do with the substance of H.R. 3668. This amendment is not applicable to this legislation, and there is no $10 million fee included in the underlying bill. H.R. 3668 would simply and quite frankly, importantly, improve coordination among federal and state agencies reviewing the applications for the construction of interstate pipelines. The FERC process includes, rigorous, let me repeat that, the FERC process includes rigorous environmental reviews under NEPA and other statutes for that matter. Nothing in this bill alters FERC's review of these projects. Nothing alters states' ability and influence when participating in these reviews. I want to remind all my colleagues, we're looking at energy needs. We're going to have data centers. We're going to have more industry, more companies. We can't afford long, unnecessary delays. At any rate, I urge a no vote on this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Further discussion? The gentleman from California is recognized for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Mr. Chair. Yield to my colleague from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to legislate in a vacuum, but we don't live in a vacuum. And the provision from the reconciliation bill, if it becomes law, you have to read these bills together. And what that provision said is if you pay a $10 million fee to FERC, you're automatically approved for a national natural gas pipeline permit. Doesn't matter what this bill says, because they will both be law. And when and if it ever gets to the Supreme Court, and I don't know if it will because you're limiting the ability to file lawsuits, they're going to assume that Congress meant both.
Will the gentlewoman yield on this?
In a minute. And so whether the underlying bill has the $10 million provision or not, if it becomes law, it's going to supersede this. And yes, we need more energy, and yes, we need data centers, but we have got, the whole point of environmental reviews is we can't kill people in the process. We can't kill our planet in the process. And you think we've got national security issues if we don't win the race to AI or if we don't meet our energy goals or requirements? You wait and see what the national security implications are of more and more people trying to live on less and less habitable land. More and more people trying to get access to drinkable water. That is the whole purpose of our environmental protection laws, because we literally had rivers on fire. We have got to strike that balance. And saying to someone, whether in this bill or not, because it's going to apply to the same projects covered by this bill, you just pay $10 million, go forth and do whatever you want, is irresponsible. And now I yield to Ms. Castor.
Well, thank you, Ms. McClellan. It just occurred to me, if we're going to quote Hamlet, that maybe you want to think about to be or not to be. That is the question. But here you've kind of turned that on its head. It's to be or not to be. Pay $10 million and get out of jail free card. Get expedite. And you're so right. It just fits right in with the culture of corruption that we've seen over the past 5 months here. People are outraged by it. And I'm grateful to you that you're willing to offer this amendment to shine a light on this pay to pollute provision. Thank you. I yield back to you.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia's 12th District for for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word to speak against, in opposition to the amendment in favor of the Representative Hudson's bill, H.R. 3668. Without objection.
Without objection.
Okay. You know, I don't know, I'm listening to the amendment, and it sounds like you don't have the right bill, but at any rate, I think my colleague, Mr. Weber, pointed that out. But let me just state that we have an abundance of natural gas in our country, and we've got to get it from point A to point B. And every expert says the safest way to do that is through a pipeline. Obviously, you can put it on the road, the interstate, or you can put it on a rail car, but by far, the safety record of pipelines exceeds rail and car. So we got to move this stuff, and we got to get it converted to LNG. You know, right now, it's in a gas going through a pipeline. It's not a liquid. When it gets converted to LNG, it becomes a liquid. It is critical that we build up our energy infrastructure, and pipeline capacity is the way to do that. We have heard it from witnesses, hearing after hearing. We need to address permitting for natural gas pipelines, and Mr. Hudson's bill does just that. H.R. 368 improves coordination between federal and state agencies when reviewing applications for the construction of interstate natural gas pipelines. Specifically, this bill would strengthen the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's FERC rule under the Natural Gas Act by requiring set schedules, concurrent reviews, and the establishment of dispute resolution processing among permitting agencies. The legislation would also improve water quality reviews by shifting the review responsibility to FERC, while still requiring the incorporation of necessary terms and conditions proposed by the relevant states in the final certification. This is a step in the right direction to fix the permitting process for natural gas pipelines to ensure we are providing reliable and affordable energy to our communities. I urge opposition to this amendment and support of this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Allen.
No.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor.
Yes.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Aye. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Aye. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Aye. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta.
No.
Chairman Latta votes no.
Are there members wishing to record their vote? The gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Any other members? Hearing none, the clerk will take the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 11 ayes and 15 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purposes, gentlemen from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled AMD_HR 3668_25.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3668, offered by Mr. Menendez. Strike page 7, line 1.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. The Clean Water Act grants states the right to permit activities in their waters. If you don't follow the clean water law in a given state, you don't get a permit. Pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, after we had our legislative hearing on this bill, Republicans snuck in a provision that would strip states of their right to enforce their clean water laws for natural gas pipelines. I think that's plain wrong and hypocritical. My amendment would remove that provision and protect states' rights to enforce clean water laws for natural gas pipelines. Furthermore, my amendment adds language making this crystal clear that nothing in this bill should affect states' ability to regulate their own rivers, lakes, and waters under their own laws. In a letter to Congress, a coalition of groups, including the Western Governors Association, the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and the Council of State Governments, urged congressional leaders to spike any bill that, quote, would diminish, impair, or subordinate states' ability to manage or protect water quality within their boundaries. States have primary legal authority over the allocation, administration, protection, and development of their water resources. Responsible growth and development, as well as proper environmental management, depend upon the recognition and preservation of state stewardship, end quote. And this isn't a hypothetical issue. The president has attempted to extort the state of New York into approving 2 gas pipelines, but one of those pipelines would run through New Jersey and through our state's waters, which are vital to our economic and environmental well-being. 5 years ago, New Jersey said the pipeline didn't comply with its clean water laws. Now, Donald Trump and Republicans don't want New Jersey to have a say anymore. And this comes at a time when the party of states' rights, the Republicans, have consistently taken actions this Congress and in this committee to force their agenda on individual states, taking away states' rights to regulate how they see fit. As mentioned earlier, in our reconciliation markup, there's a 10-year moratorium on states' rights to regulate AI. And as I mentioned earlier, one of our colleagues from Georgia said that if she had read the bill, she's adamantly opposed to this and is a violation of state rights, and I would have voted no if I had known this was in there. She goes on to state, we should be reducing federal power and preserving state power. And this is the hypocrisy and the hypocrisy of Republicans, because they invoke states' rights when they don't want to have a federal plan for women to have access to reproductive care. They invoke states' rights when they don't take any federal action to end the scourge of gun violence across our country. But when it comes to the environment, when it comes to clean water, when it comes to their friends in the oil industry and giving them a boost, they suddenly don't care about allowing states to make and enforce their own laws. So it's a simple message to Republicans on this amendment. If you care about your state having a say, I urge you to support my amendment. If you care about your state legislatures being able to write their own environmental laws, I urge you to support my amendment. If you care about your constituents having access to clean water, I urge you to support my amendment. And if you care about big companies not being able to buy their permits, I urge you to support my amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. Why, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak in opposition to the amendment. Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we go. Here we go again. Another amendment this amendment would actually allow bad state actors to continue their efforts to block pipeline development by rejecting Clean Water Act 401 certifications. Oh gosh, states have, for too long, Mr. Chairman, states have weaponized Section 401 of the Clean Water Act to block the construction of pipelines that would have provided clean and reliable energy to the American people at affordable prices. NEPA already requires FERC to extensively consider water quality impacts, and the NGA authorizes FERC to include mitigation conditions in certificates to reduce project impacts. The underlying language preserves the authority of states to raise legitimate water quality concerns, but prevents states from using water quality concerns as a pretext to block projects for political reasons. Let me reiterate. It will not allow states to use quality concerns as a pretext to block projects purely for political reasons, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would gut and reverse that important policy change. If we want to continue to lead the world in emission reductions, and we do, and energy production, and we do, we must build our pipeline infrastructure to deliver American energy to all consumers. For my colleagues, I urge a no vote on the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield back. Further discussion? The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this amendment. As my colleague from New Jersey has explained, this bill would gut Section 401 of the Clean Water Act. This will strip away states' authority to block projects that worsen water quality, endangering my constituents and Americans across the country. We're talking about clean water here. This is fundamental to public health. In California, we know how precious water is. Nearly 40 million Californians rely on it for drinking, farming, and daily living. It keeps our communities growing and our economy running. It grows fresh California fruit and vegetables for American kitchen tables across the country. It supports some of the most unique and beautiful natural wonders anywhere in the world. In California, we do not take clean water for granted. We've spent decades carefully managing our water supply, and we're not about to let Republicans take that away. These Republicans' attack on clean water are all too familiar, but it reveals a striking hypocrisy. My Republican colleagues are tripping over themselves to defend states' rights until states use that authority to protect the environment. When conservative states sue to block federal environment laws, it's freedom. But where are those tireless defenders of liberty when states like California assert their right to clean water and clean air? Turns out this really isn't about freedom or states' rights. It's all just a guise to strip away environmental protections that inconvenience big oil and other polluting corporations. Unfortunately, this is all part of a trend. Just 2 weeks ago, Republicans stripped California of its authority to clean up vehicle pollution in our state. Despite the nonpartisan Government Accounting Office and the state Senate parliamentarian ruling that this move was illegal. What happened to states' rights? What happened to federal overreach? Once again, Republicans are making clear they will break the law and overturn decades of precedent. They will abandon their principles and sell out their constituents just to keep fueling oil companies' greed. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. Any further discussion on the amendment? For what purposes, gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaking to the amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Again, read the language of the bill. The bill does not say this prohibits states from denying projects solely based on political reasons. It says they're not going to be involved to begin with. And water quality matters. I'll take you back to the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Because of a poorly planned construction plan over unique terrain, MVP accrued over 350 violations of water quality protections in Virginia. That wasn't political. You had residents who saw flooding, new erosion pattern, the death of livestock on their properties because they were drinking poisoned water. And this bill basically says to a state, you have no ability to look at this project to determine whether it's going to impact water quality in your state. And that's just simply taking a chainsaw to where if there is a problem, a scalpel will do. But that's apparently the theme of 2025. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey.
I thank my colleague for yielding. I just have a question for my colleague from Texas. Just on a quick search, the internet would suggest that you're a vocal advocate for state rights, that you've been quoted as saying federal regulation is killing the economic engine that keeps our nation great and running. I'm just curious, are you an advocate for state rights or are you not? It's a yes or no question if you'd like to answer.
I'm just glad you can read. I yield back.
Well, thank you. But if you don't want to answer the question, because the amendment is simply titled Preserving State Authority, so if you want to be consistent with states' rights, this is an easy amendment to support. If you choose not to, then I think it just shows your constituents how you're inconsistent based on whether you're serving big oil or serving your constituents' benefit. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment?
I yield back.
Hearing none. No further discussion. The vote occurs on the amendment. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Weber.
As one who can read, I say no.
Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes no. Ms. Castor.
Yes.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Menendez.
As someone who can both read and recognize inconsistencies across the aisle, I vote aye.
Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Ms. Deget? Ms. Deget votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
Aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Chairman Latta?
Aye. I'm sorry, no. No.
Chairman
No.
Latta votes no.
Do we have other members? The gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Pfluger is not recorded. Mr. Pfluger votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report the tally.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 11 ayes and 15 noes.
Thank you very much. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Hearing none. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 3668. All those in favor, and a roll call vote has been requested. Clerk will will call the roll.
Mr. Weber?
Yep.
Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Miss Lee? Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Ms. Deget?
No.
Ms. Deget votes no. Ms. Matsui?
No.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Mr. Veazey? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes no. Chairman Latta? Chairman Latta votes aye.
I'm sorry. Do we have any members wishing to record their vote? The clerk will report the roll.
Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 15 ayes and 11 noes.
Thank you very much. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the subcommittee today. And I just want to say thank you very much for all the subcommittee's members' attention to today. Really appreciate it. And so ordered and without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.